ways that you can protect yourself in these really, really difficult times as an immigrant, whether you have status or not, and especially you may be a US citizen who wants to protect your family. So keep watching. I'm going to tell you my top pieces of advice for keeping yourself and your family safe. Hi, my name is Bomira Rahman and I'm an immigration attorney. I have been practicing immigration law for the past 15 years, including through the last Trump administration. Now, my number one piece of advice is do not open your doors. If ICE comes knocking on your door, you are not obligated to open it. You are not obligated to open. They are going to show you a warrant, but it has to be the right type of warrant. Now, there are two types of warrants that an ICE officer may be able to show you. The first is called an ICE warrant, and you have to ask to see a copy of the warrant to really look at it carefully. Now, you can ask the ICE agent to slip it underneath your door or to hold it up against the window. Underneath the door is definitely preferable because then that way you'll actually have a proper chance to read it. Now, here is the key difference. An ICE warrant can be issued by an ICE officer themselves. It is signed by an ICE officer. So if you see that the warrant says that it's signed by an immigration officer or by Department of Homeland Security, that is not the same as a judicial warrant. A judicial warrant gives ICE the authority to enter your house and to come inside and grab people, basically. A judicial warrant is signed by a judge. So that is the number one thing that you're gonna look for is if ICE shows up at your door and they want to enter, you are not obligated to open your door. And in fact, do not open your door. Ask to see the warrant. The warrant must be signed by a judge. If the warrant is not signed by a judge, they do not have the authority to enter. Number two, anyone who is a non-citizen is actually required by law to carry around a copy of their identification. So if you're a green card holder, you are supposed to have your green card. If you have an EAD, carry that around with you. But the biggest problem is, what if you don't have an EAD? What if you don't have any sort of legal status? If you don't have any legal status and you get approached by ICE officers, you have the right to remain silent. You do not have to answer any of their questions. So make sure that you exercise your right to remain silent. Now, here's one more thing. If you have a case in process, carry copies of that receipt or those receipts around with you. The receipts by themselves will not protect you from getting arrested. However, they will help your attorneys try to get you out of your detention and to get you some sort of relief. So it's a lot better than having nothing. But if you don't have any receipts, you get approached, do not say anything, ask to speak to an immigration attorney. Now, the next thing is a little bit interesting. If you're a US citizen, carry a copy of your passport with you because it's not unheard of, and we've already had reports hearing about US citizens being swept up in arrests and being detained. And, you know, if you look ethnic, carry a copy of your passport around. The next question that I have been getting a lot is it safe to travel domestically? Is it safe to travel domestically? And I'm going to say that if you are completely undocumented, if you do not have an EAD, if you do not have an advance parole, if you're going to travel, even if it's by bus or by train and you're not planning on driving, you do need to exercise caution because there's no guarantee that there won't be a checkpoint through where you are traveling, or there won't be agents that board a train or a bus to ask for documentation. So if you don't have to travel, don't. If you do have an EAD, if you do have a green card, if you do have some case pending that has given you a travel permission, traveling domestically is fine. The next thing is if you have advance parole, my recommendation is to not travel these next few months because we have heard of persons, Customs and Border Patrol being a lot more aggressive at the airport. So they have the right to refuse entry to anyone, even if you have an advance parole. The only people that they must allow back in are green card holders and US citizens. So if you're traveling on advance parole, if you're planning on traveling internationally, you may want to postpone that travel until further notice. Now, if you're a green card holder, here's my other advice. If you are a green card holder who is traveling internationally and upon your return, you encounter problems at customs, do not sign anything. Actually, this advice goes to anybody. Do not sign anything. Do not sign anything. You are not obligated to sign anything with ICE, with DHS, none of them, okay? So at the airport, something that frequently happens is even if you have a green card, a lot of times if the ICE officer wants to give you problems, they can still give you problems, and they might say that you have to sign this document. And usually what that document is it is a I-407 abandonment of your permanent residency. So do not get pressured or fooled into signing that document, because then you're going to have some problems. Instead, if you are a green card holder encountering problems returning to the US, tell the CBP official that you wish to see an immigration judge and that you wish to be placed in proceedings, because then at least you're going to be allowed in and you're going to be given a chance to, keep your residency in front of a judge. And my last piece of advice is that if you have any sort of criminal history, whether, even if you were just charged and it was dismissed, do not travel, because this is going to raise red flags. They can see all of your criminal history when you come in at the airport, so don't take a chance right now. Please share this widely. People need to know this information. And again, my name is Mamita Rahman, and I have been practicing immigration law for
Since this is the last speech that I will give as president, I think it's fitting to leave one final thought, an observation about a country which I love. It was stated best in a letter I received not long ago. A man wrote me and said, "You can go to live in France, but you cannot become a Frenchman. You can go to live in Germany or Turkey or Japan, but you cannot become a German, a Turk, or Japanese. But anyone from any corner of the earth can come to live in America and become an American." Yes, the torch of Lady Liberty symbolizes our freedom and represents our heritage, the compact with our parents, our grandparents, and our ancestors. It is that lady who gives us our great and special place in the world. For it's the great life force of each generation of new Americans that guarantees that America's triumph shall continue unsurpassed into the next century and beyond. Other countries may seek to compete with us, but in one vital area, as a beacon of freedom and opportunity that draws the people of the world, no country on earth comes close. This, I believe, is one of the most important sources of America's greatness. We lead the world because, unique among nations, we draw our people, our strength, from every country and every corner of the world. And by doing so, we continuously renew and enrich our nation. While other countries cling to the stale past, here in America we breathe life into dreams, we create the future, and the world follows us into tomorrow. Thanks to each wave of new arrivals to this land of opportunity, we're a nation forever young, forever bursting with energy and new ideas, and always on the cutting edge, always leading the world to the next frontier. This quality is vital to our future as a nation. If we ever closed the door to new Americans, our leadership in the world would soon be lost. A number of years ago, an American student traveling in Europe took an East German ship across the Baltic Sea. One of the ship's crew members from East Germany, a man in his 60s, struck up a conversation with the American student. After a while, the student asked the man how he had learned such good English, and the man explained that he had once lived in America. He said that for over a year he'd worked as a farmer in Oklahoma and California, that he'd planted tomatoes and picked ripe melons. It was, the man said, the happiest time of his life. Well, the student, who'd seen the awful conditions behind the Iron Curtain, blurted out the question, "Well, why did you ever leave?" "I had to," he said. "The war ended." The man had been in America as a German prisoner of war. Now, I don't tell this story to make the case for former POWs. Instead, I tell this story just to remind you of the magical, intoxicating power of America. We may sometimes forget it, but others do not. Even a man from a country at war with the United States, while held here as a prisoner, could fall in love with us. Those who become American citizens love this country even more. And that's why the Statue of Liberty lifts her lamp to welcome them to the golden door. It is bold men and women yearning for freedom and opportunity who leave their homelands and come to a new country to start their lives over. They believe in the American dream, And over they make it come true for themselves, for their children, and for others. They give more than they receive. They labor and succeed, and often they are entrepreneurs. But their greatest contribution is more than economic, because they understand in a special way how glorious it is to be an American. They renew our pride and gratitude in the United States of America, the greatest, freest nation in the world, the last best hope of man on earth.
Father David here. 40 years ago, the famous newsman Walter Cronkite bemoaned how entertainment was infiltrating what used to be the serious news business, as more and more that which titillated became front and center, what passed as news, and the hard objective facts took a back seat. The famous slogan, "If it bleeds, it leads," ran the news department. Well, fast forward 40 years, and what we find today is the entertainment industry has now taken over every aspect of our life, from our mega churches that provide us with Starbucks and rock and roll bands so that we can shake our boogie to Jesus without actually being transformed or changed, to our daily lives where so much of our time is spent staring into our phones or tablets or other screens. And now, finally, the entertainment business has taken over the wheels of power. While the clowns used to fall out of tiny cars at center stage in the circus, now the clowns are falling into the Oval Office. TV personalities are taking over the most important reins of power, people with little or no qualifications, and many of them with even less character. It took 250 years for serious people to make this country what it has become. It may take only a few years for the clowns to dismantle it. And as we, the audience, sit in rapt attention, watching this fiasco unfold on stage, when the curtain does finally fall, it probably won't be because of a nuclear war or economic collapse. It will simply be that the clouds have destroyed what serious people took so long to build. And when the curtain rises again, the clowns will all be gone, and it will simply be us in the audience left to pick up and remake and hopefully rebuild what the clowns have destroyed. God bless us all.
Hello and welcome. The last 6 days have been full of anxiety for so many people in America and around the world. The return of President Donald Trump to Washington, D.C. has once again shifted global geopolitics. From withdrawing America from the World Health Organization and Paris Climate Accord to stopping all U.S. humanitarian aids, to threatening to impose tariffs on many countries, Trump has altered the world's temperature. On today's 90 Minutes Africa, we're going to forget those things for a moment. The impact of Trump's policy on the world, or his Nigerian counterpart, Mr. Bola Tinubu, and Tinubu's struggle to turn around the failing economy of the most populous Black nation on earth. We are going to look inwards. We are going to look at the health and well-being of Africans abroad. Joining us to do that today will be Dr. Dominic, who most of you know as one of the moderators on this platform. He is a physician in New York City. His area of specialty is internal medicine. At the top of the hour, Dr. Dominic will join us, and we are going to discuss your health, how it's important that we are alive before we talk about politics and other issues. So that will happen at the top of the hour. But in the meantime, while we wait for him, because he did overnight, to join us, we are going to look at the geopolitical state of the world, the politics, and what is changing. And we will do that in a few minutes when I play you this video, which will set us on that path. Thank you again for joining us. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. And, we appreciate it.
Truth is that Netanyahu said in 1996 in a book called Fighting Terrorism, he laid out the whole plan. Usually when there are terrible plans, they don't hide them. Hitler wrote Mein Kampf. And I'm not meaning to make simplistic comparisons. I'm just making the point that people say what they're going to do. Netanyahu wrote in 1996 his plan for how he was going to make Israel safe. Brzezinski wrote in 1997 a different book called The Grand Chessboard of how he was going to make the United States the world's unipolar power. So they write the story, and you can go back and evaluate. Did they know what they're talking about? Are they full of BS? Did they cause a lot of trouble? So just on 2 points. Brzezinski in 1997 says the U.S. can expand NATO. Russia will have no choice but to accede. What's Russia going to do? Is it going to become an ally of China? No way, says Brzezinski. You know, okay, interesting. Didn't quite get that one right, Zvig. Netanyahu has a different idea, and it's coherent, but it's kind of madness. His idea is we captured the Palestinian lands in 1967, and we're never going to give them back. So we're just going to rule over the Palestinians. There's a second take which says we're not going to give it back because God in the year 700 BC or in the year 1000 BC, but written in a book, the book of Joshua in the year 700 BC, told us it's ours. And there are people that absolutely believe that as well. Netanyahu spells out very clearly the following story. He says we're going to keep the land. There will be resistance, Hamas, Hezbollah, other militant resistance. What will we do about it? You can't really fight the terrorists, he says. You have to fight the states that back the terrorists.
And Iran is the central one in his mind.
But interestingly for Netanyahu, he lays out one by one. Yes, of course, Iran is the central one in his mind. But so too is Iraq under Saddam. He supported Hamas. Right. So too is Bashar al-Assad in Syria. So too is Somalia. So too is Muammar Gaddafi in Libya. You know, he laid it out, and he at various times listed the countries. And one list that showed up in the Pentagon just after 9/11 was 7 countries: Iran, Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, Somalia, Sudan, and Libya. And you know what the plan was? 7 wars in 5 years. The U.S. using Israel? No. This is Israel using the U.S. as if our military is in their hands, which in effect it is. You take Wolfowitz and you take Feith and you take these neocons and you take Netanyahu. They game planned the whole thing out. Well, I regard Netanyahu as having been our greatest disastrous president of the 21st century because he ran American foreign policy for 20 years and he cost us trillions of dollars. And where is the Middle East today? War in Syria, war in Lebanon, war in Palestine, unrest in Iraq, war in Yemen, chaos in Sudan, chaos in Somalia, chaos in Libya. Great job, Bibi. You did a terrific job. So this is, to my mind, what this is all about. These people have ideas. How many wars has China been in the last 40 years? Let me count them. That would be 0. Not one war in 40 years. When was the most recent war that China was in? January 16 to February 16, 1979. 1 month in a conflict with Vietnam, which had to do actually with Vietnam having overthrown a government in Cambodia. Okay, 1 month. We are not at dire risk from China. China is not mass murdering its population, but we are gearing up in the United States for war with China. Why? In 2015, they say that China has become so powerful that it threatens American primacy. And China's rise is no longer in America's interest. And so you watch this mentality in the U.S. go into effect. Suddenly, because China's economically successful, they're not just economically successful, they're the enemy. Right. So everything becomes rhetoric. In the case of Ukraine, which I have followed from 1990 as advisor not only to Mikhail Gorbachev and advisor to Yeltsin, but also advisor to President Leonid Kuchma of Ukraine. I was advising the Ukrainian government in 1994. I'm not against Ukraine in any way. I'm against using Ukraine and Ukrainians being slaughtered by the hundreds of thousands because the United States wants to move another piece on the board to have its military bases on the border of Russia. And why, by the way? Because again, there's a whole telltale line of reasoning. Just like the Soviet Union broke up, we can induce Russia to break up along ethnic lines. This is a meme of Washington. These people are out of their minds to be provoking us towards nuclear war this way.
Trump presidency, we will finally evict all of these illegal aliens that are coming here and stealing jobs from Americans. If you break into my house, should I just accept you because you washed my dishes and made my beds? I say no. I say you need to go back and come back in the right way.
So is that what the Indians should have told white Americans? The original illegal alien or European white folk in America?
Agreed.
And so should the Indians stand up today and say deport all white folks back to Europe?
Well, should we learn something from their mistake? Because we are here now.
Or should you learn something from their compassion to give other people an opportunity like was given to you and your ancestors? Learn from their compassion. That's what you should learn from.
I say learn from their mistakes.
Letting in the white man was the worst mistake that the Indians ever could have made. I agree with you. That was one of the greatest mistakes. Even right there in South Africa, they got a similar problem.
In teaching you the Bible that the Old Testament is an allegory? It is. And that the New Testament is parables? It is. How do I know that? Because the Apostle Paul says, talking about the Old Testament, which things are an allegory. In other words, these are symbolic stories that use the names of real places and real people, but really symbolize a deep spiritual truth. They have nothing to do with the names and the places that they use. It's an allegory. And we're reading them literally. There have been people going up to Mount Ararat looking for Noah's Ark. Do you know that? Spend millions of dollars. It's a mythological story. There's an ark in every culture in the world from the beginning of time. I mean, you know, did you ever read the story? Let me tell you something. Did you ever read the story of Moses? Remember Moses' mother, when he was 3 months old, put him in a basket with pitch and floated him up the creek, and the Egyptian lady picked him up? Do you know that that story was duplicated hundreds, if not thousands of years before that by King Sargon of Babylon? When King Sargon was 3 months old, his mother put him in a little basket with pitch, floated him up the creek, and a lady picked him up. The same story. But now when they were teaching you about Moses going up the creek, why didn't they teach you about King Sargon going up the creek? When they taught you that Jesus Christ was born of a virgin, why didn't they teach you that Hare Krishna was born of a virgin? When they taught you that Jesus Christ, when he was born, there was a strange star that why didn't they tell you that when Hare Krishna was born, there was also a strange star? Why didn't they tell you that Zoroaster, the Iranian prophet, was the one who commissioned Cyrus to rebuild the Hebrew temple and sent the Magi to find Jesus? It's true. And then this guy, according to our Christian religion, is a pagan. Yet if it wasn't for him, there would be no temple, and Jesus, nobody would have found him. Nobody would have announced to the world he was the king, because it was Zoroaster, the Persian prophet, that made that possible. Why doesn't anybody tell you these things? Why didn't anybody tell you that Jesus Christ associated himself as the Egyptian sun god, calling himself Amen-Ra? Why didn't anybody ever tell you? Jesus did. In Revelation, he calls himself the Amen. Thus saith the Amen. The Amen in Egypt is the sun god. Well, say, well, I don't know if he's the sun god. Well, it says in Matthew that Mary and Joseph took the child Jesus to Egypt to fulfill the prophecy. Out of Egypt have I called my son. So then God's saying that his son was Amen-Ra, the Egyptian sun god, and Jesus fulfilled that prophecy, the light of the world. And we can go into all of that. Well, why are they afraid to talk about these things? And if you tell these things which are truths, these are historical facts that I'm telling you, you're called a cult. Well, stay away, don't listen to that stuff. That's where religion came from, out of the old Middle Ages. You know, the Middle Ages, you know, that's where the religion as we know it came from, the Middle Ages of Europe. And you know what they call it? History calls it the Dark Ages. You know what? People weren't allowed to think. And they still aren't in religion. You're not allowed to think. If you belong to a particular group, you got to think the way they do. Oh, you know, don't go near them. I don't know of anything more disastrous than telling people, don't read this. You should read everything. You should read about Krishna, about Buddha, about Zoroaster, about cult, about everything. It's what you don't know that hurts you.
Final plea, Mr. President. Millions have put their trust in you. And as you told the nation yesterday, you have felt the providential hand of a loving God. In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families, some who fear for their lives. And the people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meat packing plants, who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals, they may not be citizens or have the proper documentation, but the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors. They are faithful members of our churches and mosques, synagogues, wadara, and temples. I ask you to have mercy, Mr. President, on those in our communities whose children fear that their parents will be taken away, and that you help those who are fleeing war zones and persecution in their own lands to find compassion and welcome here. Our God teaches us that we are to be merciful to the stranger, for we were all once strangers in this land.
All right. In a few moments, our guest will join us. I just want to thank you for staying and watching. I played some videos. I hope that one day we're going to transform this Sunday show into a place where we could have deep conversations, where we could question things or the assumptions we have, where we could bring people that would challenge us to think beyond the dogmas that we have all accepted and we carry with us and we advocate without knowing the details behind the stories. That's my dream. And I hope that one day we will achieve that. And I count on you, the viewers, to recommend people who can share the knowledge that they have with us. We are open to new ideas. We are open to having deeper conversations with anybody concerning anything that will help us as Africans, as Black people, to compete and to understand the world that we are in. To a large extent, I think we have been pawns in the hands of powerful groups and entities that they've controlled the world. So that's my dream, and I hope you will be a partner and you will help me to get there, where we leave something for our children and maybe our grandchildren to have as a way to help them understand who we are and the role we are playing in this world. It's unfortunate that we have lost what our forefathers, their stream of knowledge. We've lost things they understood about the world. We cannot afford not to preserve what is left, or even to understand what has happened to us. Some of us know, we can piece it all together, but we have to be willing and able to have that conversation with people who know. So that's my dream. Hopefully, in no distant time, we are going to reshape some of the conversations we have here. It won't be just straight politics. We have to dive deep into things behind the issues in the news. And maybe that will be useful, not just for us, for those coming behind. All right, thank you. And let's see if Dr. Dominic is here in the studio, and we will start the show. All right, the doctor, welcome to the show. Can you unmute yourself?
Hello, Rudolph. Feels so strange to be the guest today.
You are the guest. You deserve it. You know.
Thank you very much.
So in the intro, I talked about the anxiety that a lot of people are having. People are home in Africa, people in America. You don't even have to be an illegal immigrant to be concerned about certain things. There is this story in today's newspapers that the administration is sending 90,000 IRS, newly hired IRS officials to the borders to go and do immigration job. We know that when he moves into domestic policies, he may want to dismantle the Obamacare, which has about 24 million people that are signed in. So it's going to impact a lot of people, not just those who are illegal in America. So let's use that to begin. I think nobody can tell you that they are not having a heightened sense of stress and anxiety in America.
Yeah.
How do people deal with that? And what is the danger in that? Because sometimes we don't know.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to be here. My greetings to everybody, those who are going to join later on and those who are in the comment section. I apologize. I came down with the flu yesterday, so my voice is a little bit raspy. But I said the show must go on.
Thank you. You understand the deal.
The show must go on.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. To go straight to your question, American healthcare is, for those who've lived in Nigeria and have had the privilege of experiencing healthcare in the Western world or anywhere that has healthcare that is not Nigeria, you come to understand that there's a little bit more structure with how things are done. Be it how people are covered in insurance, how the payments are made, the breadth of the healthcare facility of healthcare facilities and health amenities that are available. And so with this rigorous, very boisterous level of healthcare, one has to think about the economic aspect of it because someone has to pay for it. There has to be a streamlined process of being able to decipher who gets covered and who doesn't get covered. And this is where the infrastructure of healthcare starts to take place. If you're in a society that has very primordial, very basic healthcare services where people mostly pay out of pocket, you don't have that much of an establishment. But if you have one that is as complex as the one in the US or in the UK, which is NHS, or in Canada, you start to think about the natural product of this being what we call the healthcare industry and the healthcare system. And at the end of the day, in as much as the insurance is meant to help people cover costs of medical illnesses, medical devices, pharmaceuticals, medications, you still have to think about the bottom line. It's a business at the end of the day. People have to get paid. That's where healthcare becomes more of a business, and people start to get a little bit more demoralized. I don't think there is one way to think about dealing with the anxiety of healthcare. At the end of the day, what is paramount is what you want to get out of healthcare. Prior to Obamacare, the healthcare industry was heavily focused on profits in the United States, and it was very fragmented. You had people that had big healthcare companies that their bottom, they only cared about their bottom line. You had to pay very high premiums. Premium just means what you pay monthly. And guess what? The more expensive your premium is, or the more you pay, the more healthcare services are covered for you. And if you have cheaper insurance, you pay less premiums per month, then less, healthcare things are covered. So, for example, you may get coverage for maybe 10 days, or you may get, this is just me hypothesizing, you may get coverage for 10 days, or you may get coverage for maybe basic, emergency services, but you may not get coverage for medications, or you may not get coverage for dental care or for eye care, right? At the end of the day, it's a business. I don't think the anxiety of dealing with the healthcare industry, especially in this time and age when Trump has taken over, is going to go away completely. The most important thing you can work on, which is what I am here to kind of encourage, is healthy lifestyle. Insurance companies like patients that will never get to use insurance, right? So if you think about the concept of insurance, let's say there are 10 people, right? Every month, 10 people pay into a pool, into a pool of money, right? Each person pays about $10, right? And let's say in 1 year, none of those 10 people get sick. The insurance companies have made profits, right? So $10 times 10 people is $100, right? Times 12 is $1,200. So the insurance company has made $1,200, right? But guess what? If half of those people become sick, then the insurance companies will make less than $1,200, right? If one person gets sick, then they make a little bit more, but still less than $1,200. So what the insurance companies are looking at is getting as much young, healthier patients into their insurance pool as possible. They tend to give higher premiums for people who they suspect may have risk of getting sicker. For example, if you're a smoker, or if you drink a lot, or if you have diabetes, hypertension, they may raise how much you pay per month, because in their mind, there's a higher chance of you getting sick and them having to, and an insurance company having to pay for you. So I know it tends to be a little more complex, but hopefully as we go along, I'll get to explain things, how the healthcare industry works. But the most important thing when it comes to the anxiety of this modern day and age is to try to live a healthy lifestyle. But at the end of the day, you may try to live a healthy lifestyle, but things like cancer can prop up. Sometimes there are things that people do that may put them at risk of getting cancer. There are things that you do that may reduce your risk of getting cancer. And the other things that you do that you think are healthy, but they have no bearing on whether or not you end up getting cancer, right? So you have to think about those things as well.
Okay, so let's zero in on Africans abroad. How are they different from Africans at home? So in terms of health outcomes or health issues that they face.
If you asked me this question maybe 15 years ago, I may have had a different answer. I happen to have the privilege of doing, when I was in my undergraduate years, I did a project at one of the research labs at Yale. And, my mentor wanted me to look at sub-Saharan Africa, the Caribbean, and Southeast Asia, geographic Southeast Asia, not geopolitical, geographic Southeast Asia, and compare that to the to Western, Western world. So comparing two things, looking at how, what the difference is in terms of outcomes. For example, so there were 3 outcomes that we measured. One was looking at I guess, GDP, gross domestic product, and seeing if how the difference in gross domestic product correlates with, these three regions compared to the Western world in terms of, the agricultural field, service field. And what we discovered was that, in richer, more prosperous countries, a bulk of their gross domestic products, they get it from, things like industrialization, things like service industry, and those who tend to have low GDP tend to focus heavily on like agriculture. I mean, that is the case probably like 50, 60 years ago, right? And then as time went on, and as industrialization started to increase and people became more urbanized, less people live in the villages and people try to move to Lagos, to Abuja, right? The paradigm started shifting. So we also looked at things like hypertension, diabetes, kidney disease, and things like that. And you see that as urbanization increased and as the gross domestic product increased, the percentages of those things being a share of the population in terms of disease frequency started to increase. So let's say if you compare Nigeria from like maybe 40 years ago, the rates of high blood pressure, diabetes, and kidney disease, it probably was less, and urbanization was probably less. But as Nigeria became more prosperous, people focused on doing jobs that are not heavily tasking. Things like working in a hotel, things that basically put us away from what we used to do culturally, farming, walking long distances, and things like that. The rate started to go up.
So I don't know if you know the statistics. Are Nigerians abroad more likely? Is the life expectancy of Nigerians abroad higher than that of those at home?
It's a very interesting question. I've actually never thought about it. I would probably give it answer this question in a two-pronged approach. One is is their life expectancy higher? Probably yes. If you're talking about access to, basic healthcare services, having access to clean water, having access to, if someone had attack right now, you can call a 911 and you'll be at a nearby hospital in maybe 5-10 minutes, right? And they'll take care of a heart attack. Versus if you're in Nigeria, you probably don't even know who to call if someone has a heart attack, or maybe people will start praying for the person. Something like that. If you're talking about, exposure to premium healthcare services as a means of saving lives, I think the answer would be yes. Those who are in the West, or Nigerians who are in diaspora, have, higher life expectancy. But when you talk about non-communicable diseases, things like hypertension, high blood pressure, diabetes, things like that, I would say Nigerians in diaspora probably have some level of lower life expectancy, nipping the bud at the fact that they're exposed to all these healthcare services. Because yes, you're exposed to all these healthcare services, but if you're in the US and you're eating burger every day, and you're not, and there's trains everywhere, there are buses everywhere, you're not walking around. I noticed that when I was in the US recently, that most days I actually walk less than 30 minutes. When I was back home, I would walk from GRA to Opiweka in Onitsha. I did that a few times, but no, I never walk that long, because to me it seems crazy. There's a bus right here, there's a train right there. Why would I have to do that long trek? So if you're talking about, life expectancy with respect to improved medical services, Nigerians in diaspora have an advantage. If you're talking about what we call non-communicable diseases, risk factors that make it easier for you to get heart attack, kidney disease, high blood pressure, stroke, then Nigerians abroad probably have a higher chance of, probably have a slightly lower life expectancy. But I think if you add all of those together, the net life expectancy of someone in diaspora is still probably high than someone in Nigeria.
Okay, let's pick on these. I mentioned diseases now: high blood pressure, diabetes. I talked about kidney. And there's another one you mentioned, but let's start with high blood pressure. I think most people abroad, especially men, at a certain age, they they tell me that they all, the doctors all said that they have, this is how they say, that they have high blood pressure. Why is that?
Am I allowed to name drop people?
Yeah, you can drop names.
I don't even know who watches and who doesn't watch this thing, who doesn't watch our show. But lately on Instagram, I've been for some reason my feeds keep coming across this gentleman. Is it Cubana Chief Priest? What's the other one? The one that is a little bit more robust.
Yeah, that's the chief priest. The other one is Cubana. Yeah, the other one the chief priest.
Cubana Chief Priest. So I saw Cubana Chief Priest and I was like, it's almost like this guy is getting
bigger
and bigger. And he's walking around with people, and some of those people are probably similar. And I'm like, how is this guy even able to, walk around without feeling like, winded, like you have to, that you're not catching your breath and things like that. And then I now saw this new trend on IG. Not really a trend, but if you follow some of the Igbo Twitter space, you see videos like if girls want to marry an Igbo man that is rich, they have to find the one that has big belly and has a stash of money bag or purse underneath their armpits. And I'm like, these trends are not really helpful. But yeah, as one gets older, naturally, it doesn't matter how healthy you are. There are certain changes in your body that would increase your chances of having high blood pressure. I think to explain it in simple terms, in your body you have your heart and you have multiple organs, right? There are organs that are much further away from the heart. There are organs that are closer to the heart, right? And the heart pumps and it generates some level of push. And the bigger you are, the taller you are, the more surface area your body has. And so if someone is smaller, your heart has to work less hard. It's easier for the heart to pump blood to reach those areas. But if you're huge, you have all these fats and things like that, the body still has to do the same level of work to be able to send blood to all those places. And so what ends up happening is the heart has to beat faster and stronger. And when it beats harder and stronger, it's still able to provide oxygen and blood to those faraway places, right? And to all those extra fats that you have. But guess what the side effect is? Think about remember, the heart is a muscle. Most people don't know this. If you're walking your arm out all the time, doing curls, like you are contracting and relaxing your bicep muscles in the front, right? And the triceps at the back. What ends up happening is, what do? You blow up, right? So the way if you don't have to carry a lot of weight on your hand, there's no need for the muscle to expand, right? So the body's way of compensating for all that hard work is to expand and grow big, and the muscle gets bigger and bigger. Same thing happens in heart. While it is awesome for you to have bigger chest muscle, bigger hand muscle, it is a horrible thing for you to have thicker heart muscle. Because guess what? While the heart is beating and it's sending blood to all parts of your body, the heart itself also needs blood supply, right? And the blood vessels or the channels that supply the heart itself with blood are very, very thin. So when your heart beats and pushes out blood, right, that is when the rest of the body gets to enjoy that nourishment. But the heart is tight. It doesn't take any nourishment. It is actually when the heart relaxes for a brief few seconds that it's able to get some of those blood flow to regurgitate back and feed it. Imagine if the heart is thick. It's going to compress some of those vessels, right? That makes it tougher for the heart to be able to accept. It's just me trying to explain it in a very simplistic manner. That is actually when you allow the heart to relax and accept blood to nourish itself. If the heart if it's very thick, it is not able to efficiently feed itself. And at some point, when your heart is beating so fast, it craps out and you have what is called a heart attack. Also, those blood vessels in the heart are already very thin. The ones that are in your rest of the body are also, to some extent, they are bigger caliber vessels, they are smaller caliber vessels. Imagine you're eating all this bobby and all these fats, right? Guess what? Just like you have a pipe that can block because it has all this junk inside, the same thing. The blood vessels that are in the body, the ones that are in the heart, will start to have all those, for lack of a better word, all those nyama nyama, right? Guess what? The ones that are going to block easily are the ones that are very thin. The bigger blood vessels, which is the one that goes from the groin all the way to the heart, it's called the aorta. That is one of the biggest one. Even though it has all those nyama nyama, it's going to take a very long time for it to block. It's very rare for it to block. But the ones that are in your heart, remember, they're very thin and they get fed when your heart relaxes. If you have all those nyama nyama, it blocks very easily. That's what we call coronary artery disease, right? Or some doctors will say you have what is called a calcium building up in those blood vessels. You don't want those blood vessels in the heart to narrow, which is why if someone gets older, you always check their cholesterol to see if they have a lot of cholesterol. Think of cholesterol as when you boil meat, right? And you leave it to cool. When it cools in the morning, all the fats will settle at the top, right? But if you decide to just take the broth like that, you don't realize you're taking a lot of fats. When you allow it to cool, all those fats will condense and come to the top and you can take it off. Think of your blood like that. The blood is flowing at a particular speed, but it also has fats inside, right? But guess what? Every once in a while, some of those fats will start to condense a little bit. And like any natural pathway, the higher the blood pressure is, some of the lining of the blood vessels will start to tear a little bit, right? And when it starts to tear, if your blood is very thick and sluggish and very slimy, has a lot of fat, some of those fats will start to go into some of those tears. That is how you start to build what we call plaque. And over time, sometimes the plaque starts to harden and someone has what we call atherosclerotic disease, which means buildup of fat in the blood vessels. And guess what? The narrower blood vessels suffer more. So any organ that has narrower blood vessels probably feel the effect of the high cholesterol early and in a few years compared to the organs that have very big blood vessels, which is why checking your blood pressure is important, because guess what? The higher the blood pressure, the more these shear force, what we call shear forces on the blood vessels, right? If you have excellent blood pressure, less shear forces. Secondly, if you have high cholesterol, it's easy for it to start building up in those little potholes on the blood vessel, and they harden to form plaque. 3, if we decide to just take apart and say, okay, let's say you have normal cholesterol level, right? Guess what? I don't know if some of you have had a sugar syrup, right? If you put sugar on frying pan and fry it, right, it forms what we call dextrose. It melts into this brown syrupy. Think of it as honey, right? Guess what? If you have high blood sugar, guess what? Over time, your blood will start to feel like that syrup. That syrup can also lead to the hardening of the blood vessels and cause atherosclerosis, which is why when someone has high blood sugar, but they don't have diabetes, you always caution them: eat less sugar, keep working out, and try to reduce your sugar level. After a certain critical level of sugar for a very prolonged period of time, somebody will now have what is called diabetes, which means now they are at increased risk of kidney damage, increased risk of worsening of atherosclerosis. Anything that hardens the blood vessel, anything that affects the blood vessels of the heart, those things are very critical when it comes to having stroke and having high blood pressure and having a heart attack. So hopefully that simplistic model sort of makes sense to a lot of people. I don't know if that got rid of.
No, I got it. Thank you so much for explaining that. So what is particular about, apart from, you can say that people in the cities in Nigeria, Lagos, Enugu, wherever, Kano, they have the same problem of not living the traditional lifestyle that Africans live. So, but is there anything other than that opportunity to move around and do the kind of job that we used to do that people abroad? Is there anything about the temperature or the weather, anything about the food that make it those things are contributing factors in something like high blood pressure, you know?
Let's go down to the basics, without thinking too much of the science stuff. Someone who's stressed will probably have, if you're anxious, your blood pressure is going to go up. If you're chronically anxious, always stressed, 9 times out of 10, when you check your blood pressure, is going to be slightly high. Over a long period of time, your body gets used to that, right? Eventually, you may end up having high blood pressure. But that is not enough to have high blood pressure. But it encourages your body to start sort of having that high blood pressure as the baseline. Stress. Nigerians are very stressed, right? Nigerians are very stressed. Stress is a normal part of the human body response. You have stress because, every once in a while you have stress, but it's not meant to be at a chronic level. You're supposed to sleep, relax, the blood pressure goes down a little bit. Some people, the blood pressure even comes as low to the critical level, but if they don't have any symptoms, I don't consider it low blood pressure. People who are very thin, women sometimes tends to have be on the lower side. Guess what? You sleep, you wake up. When you wake up, you go to work, right? From morning till afternoon, going through traffic of Lagos or wherever it may be, you're undergoing stress, right? That stress is going to raise your blood pressure. But natural response, it should normally come down at a certain point, right? But if you're in a high stress environment where your body does not have that leeway or doesn't have that space to have lower blood pressure, your blood pressure is always going to be on the higher side. Coupled with, if you're someone who's unhealthy and have diabetes and have, what we call atherosclerotic disease, which is the thickening of the blood vessels, building up of cholesterol and fats in between the blood vessels. There's someone who's, have what we call central adiposity. I think a lot of people have a misnomer that when someone is fat, they're unhealthy. The actual unhealthiness is when the fat centers around the torso, especially the belly, like belly fat. We call it central adiposity compared to if it's well distributed around the body. I'm not saying that being fat is healthy in general, but those who are more on the less healthier spectrum when they are fat are those who have all the fatness just centered around the belly. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah. So stress is definitely something to consider. Pollution is something that people don't think about, right? If you're in an environment where there's a lot of pollution, it's going to stress the heart, it's going to stress the lungs. Some people end up having what we call pneumoconiosis, or have what we call reactive airway disease, where whatever that's in the environment is always stressing their lungs. After a while, the lungs starts to stiffen up a little bit. Now, the reason why this is important is because if you imagine how the heart pumps, right? The heart pumps blood to all parts of the body. When all the parts of the body are done using the oxygen in the blood, they send the blood back, which is deoxygenated blood. It comes back into the heart. It goes into the lungs. You breathe in air. The air dissolves and goes into the blood, right? And the blood returns to the heart. Now that's called oxygenated blood. And then the heart can pump it out again. Guess what? When the heart is pumping that used blood with low oxygen into the lungs, it's pumping it through blood vessels, which have to go through the lungs, right? Guess what? Those blood vessels can get tight too, right? So imagine they're having a gari that is soft. You leave it outside, the gari hardens. Think of the lungs that way, right? So when the lung starts to become stiffer, the blood vessels that are within the lungs will not allow a good free flow for the heart. And so if the heart has to work very hard to push blood into the lungs, the same thing I described before, the heart has to start to thicken to compensate that it's using so much force. So if the heart, let's say, has to push, 10% strong, if the lungs is stiffer, it may have to double the amount of effort. And to be able to maintain that blood flow going through that diseased lung, it has to increase the force multiple times and the heart thickens. So guess what? If you have horrible air pollution affecting the lungs, eventually the heart is going to get stressed and the heart will get thicker. Guess what? Those blood vessels in the heart that are supposed to get fed when your heart is relaxing will not be able to get that blood flow. Heart attack. So there are multiple things in the body that contributes to heart health. It's not. For some people, it's easier for them to think about the simple things. If you have high cholesterol, high blood pressure, diabetes, but also think about things like lung disease. Also, people that don't sleep well, right? People have what we call obstructive sleep apnea, whereby for some people, some of it may happen from having very thick neck, having a lot of body fat that's centered around the neck. When they sleep, they snore a lot. I don't know if some of them people may notice it with their spouses or children. Every once in a while, when they are snoring very loudly, all of a sudden, it's almost like they're gasping. They stop breathing for like a few seconds and they start breathing again. Guess what? That means that throughout the night, you're having short bursts of time when there is low oxygen to the brain. That accumulates over time. Guess what? The heart senses that the body has is feeding low oxygen to the part of the body, and the heart has to work harder. It's a little bit more of a simplistic way of explaining it. Same thing. You can end up having hypertension from that, what we call heart failure from that. Whereby the heart has been stressed so much over time in your older years, the heart starts to get very floppy and tired.
Now, I know we talked about stress, but is there a medical definition of stress? That is, because I hear people say you are thinking too much. That is stress. What is stress really medically? The definition of stress.
I guess stress is the body's response to external influences, to external stimulus or external influences. Stress by its own merits is neither a good or bad thing. Stress can be a good thing in the sense that it informs your body that you need to correct something, right? For example, if somebody has low blood counts, or what we call hemoglobin, they have anemia. Part of the body's response is, okay, I'm used to supplying the body with let's say 1 liter, 5 liters of blood every minute. Now there is lower oxygen, which means I have to even supply the body's way of compensating for that. Is because sometimes the heart, some of these mechanisms that are supposed to compensate for bad things, they are doing it for our own best interest. But sometimes some of those things are what we call maladaptive. So the heart is thinking, okay, if 5 liters is not if the oxygen is low, that means 5 liters is not enough. Now I'm gonna try to push a bit faster so I can get 10 liters to the heart and to the rest of the body very quickly. Sometimes temporarily it works because that stress response helps it push more blood around to compensate for that low oxygen. But over time, when you start having those palpitations, you start having symptoms of skip beats, or your heart is always beating boom, 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 even though you are relaxing, the stress is what tells you that there's something wrong with your body, and it sends you to the clinic, and there they discover that your blood counts are low. So sometimes the stress is the way of your body telling you something is wrong, go and get checked out. So it's not always a negative thing. Just like what we call flight response, right? If you see a tiger, your heart beats very fast to supply blood to everywhere. Some of the blood vessels in other less essential organs would actually narrow, so that, like your belly, would probably receive less blood because you don't need to eat when you see a tiger, and some of that blood kind of pulls to the essential organ, to your kidneys, to your heart, more to your brain, so you can run very quickly onto your legs, things like that. So in that case, the stress response of the body is to maximize blood flow to essential organs that will help you to run away from the lion, instead of feeding other parts that you need during your leisure time, like your stomach, which you need during eating. So stress is not always a bad thing.
Okay, what do people do to reduce stress? What should people do? we hear that, you know, going on vacation, going away from the job, whatever you're doing helps. We know that Nigerians or Africans don't go on vacation. The vacation they think about is going home, which is to add to stress. But what is the best way to reduce stress?
I think before I answer that question, I think something that has to get into the vocabulary of Nigerians is, you know, being in touch with your mental health doesn't mean that you're a weak man or you're a weak woman. Being able to introspect and say, okay, I have, you know, I'm not feeling my best self. It doesn't mean you're crazy. It's a good thing. Because guess what? You know, it's when you're able to think about a problem. It's actually when you're able to identify a problem is when you will have a solution. If you're not able to convince somebody that they have a problem, you can never be able to get to a solution, and the person will never be able to listen to you, right? So if someone is having diarrhea, and it's very pretty apparent they're having diarrhea, but you explain it and they're saying, oh, I don't have diarrhea. How am I going to help that person? Versus the person having diarrhea, I'm like, oh boy, you're having diarrhea. Let's take you to the hospital, hydrate you, give you medication. And they say, yes, I believe that I have diarrhea. Then you can help them out. So you can take the donkey to the stream, but you can't force the donkey to drink. So I think what we have internalized is the fact that, you know, while we're thinking of our physical body, our mental health is also important. People being able to realize, okay, you know, I've been stressed lately. I noticed that I tend to become more cranky easily. I'm getting mad at my wife easily. Whenever I wake up, I feel so down. Whenever I'm showing up to work, I feel so anxious. Whenever I'm on the road and other motorists are honking or they side swap me, they drive in front of me without observing the traffic signs. It's easy for me to run down the window and cuss them out and say very bad words compared to before when I was maybe able to kind of handle those things. Those are the telltale signs that you are stressed. You start to notice those patterns because you start to notice things that are out of character. Like I always make a joke of this to my friends. You know, if I start to become reactive to things that you do, know that I'm stressed. All right, because sometimes you know, as human beings, you want to be able to you want to be able to think through your actions, versus if someone just does something, you just react automatically, right? So I think Nigerians have to come to the fact that mental health is as important as physical health, realizing that when you acknowledge that you have stress or depression or anxiety, it is not a sign of weakness. It's actually a sign of strength because you're humble enough to realize that, hey, I may be physically fit, but the way I'm thinking or the way I'm behaving right now, maybe there's something going on. You know, I don't feel my best self. Maybe there's a way that, you know, maybe I can talk and share and the way I'm feeling to someone. You know, it even takes more courage to be able to say, okay, maybe I need to talk to a therapist, someone professional, someone, not because I'm crazy, but because I feel overwhelmed. And maybe talking to someone who's a professional, they can be able to listen to, you know, kind of help me deconstruct some of that confusion in my head, so that I can be able to make sense of things, be able to compartmentalize things. So, okay, you know what? Maybe, you know, I have this exam coming up, but I also have these other responsibilities. I have kids to take care of. I have my wife to take care of. You know, the answer to how you break down things may be in front of you, but sometimes when you have someone else professional able to help you break things down, organize yourself, it's helpful. Think of it as having a personal assistant, right? If someone is a CEO, they are so busy, there's so much things to handle. Does it mean that when they have a personal assistant, it means they are lazy? No. They are making a professional judgment that I'm going to be very busy, so maybe I should delegate some of that task to someone else to help me organize my day. Think of it that way. So definitely, the first part towards reducing stress is acknowledging that you are stressed and acknowledging that mental health is important. Then you think about ways to reduce it. One of the ways is reducing, you know, being able to find that person that you can share with, right? A problem shared is a problem half solved. You know, my mom always used to, like, you know, hammer this in my head. If you don't share, we won't know what's happening. What's happening? You'll be dying on the inside and you'll be more stressed. But if you share it, maybe able to offer solutions. Sometimes there may be no solution, quick fix. But the fact that there's someone who has that listening ear to listen to you, you feel less burdened, you know, because now maybe that other person shares that they're stressed too. Now you see there's someone else that kind of have similar situations. You don't feel left out. You don't feel alone.
Now, I wanted us to talk on mental health at the end, because we say that when most Africans here are abroad, they don't even go and see their doctors or they don't even have doctors when they have health insurance. How will you begin to talk about mental health if they don't go for physical? There are a lot of people I know who have not gone for physical, and part of the reason is that they don't want to know. They think that you doctors will find what is wrong, and then what? They will start taking medication for the rest of their lives. What do you say to those people?
It reminds me of our current president, President Donald Trump, when we were still in the vestiges in the beginning parts of COVID-19. I think March, April, May of 2020. Then we were trying, scientists were coming up with test kits on how to test COVID, trying to improve the sensitivity of the test so that if it is positive, excuse me, if it was positive, we are sure that it's actually a true positive test. And one of the things Trump said was, you guys are testing this every day and the rates are going up. If you don't test it, then the levels will not go up. And I'm like, does this guy even understand what he's saying? If the incidence of COVID-19 in, let's say Abagana is 30%, right? You can only know it's 30% by testing all of the people in Abagana. If you only test half of Abagana, you may only be able to catch 10%, right? And you think the incidence rate is 10%, but those other 20% are still there with COVID-19 and spreading it to other people, right? So the lack of testing for something doesn't mean the incidence is not higher. It will still be there. So whether or not you decide to go to your doctor or not, if you have high blood pressure or diabetes and you have and it eventually leads to kidney damage, whether or not you like it, you have those diseases. And what's going to end up happening is, if you have insurance, you'll be able to see a doctor. Some people have insurance, decide not to see a doctor. What ends up happening is when their leg starts to swell, or they climb 2 flights of stairs and they are breathing like someone punched them in the heart, or an elephant is sitting on their heart, then they'll be forced to go and see a doctor. But by that time, it's already too late. You end up on dialysis. You end up needing some kind of a pacemaker put on your heart because your heart is so weak. You have to help it pump, things like that. So the fact that you are healthy and you don't check it doesn't make it go away. The best way to maintain a healthy lifestyle is obviously working towards a healthy lifestyle, but also having checkup with your doctors to make sure your numbers are good. So if you refuse to check your numbers, what's going to end up happening is when you have symptoms, you end up in the emergency room. And by then, it may actually be worse. And some of the things may be irreversible.
Okay, we will talk about what to eat, because that's a major issue that a lot of people raise. But before then, I think give us a little bit about diabetes, because it's something that is most people out of Africa, I think, but it's black. I think it's more pronounced in black people, I think. I'm not sure, but you tell us about that. But there are people who end up coming to America or in Europe, and they see that they are diabetic, and the complexity in handling that. Can you address that a little bit?
Yeah, just like the analogy I gave just a few minutes ago. There are actually a lot of people that have diabetes, but they don't realize they have diabetes. They are peeing a lot. They are always feeling weak. They are easily getting infections, things like that. They don't realize they have diabetes. Some of them maybe they have diabetes maybe just at the beginning stages, and so maybe they don't need medications per se, and they're kind of managing themselves, right? Feeling sluggish, thinking it's all part of the Nigerian stress. They don't realize it's actually diabetes, and then maybe they show up to the US. They're forced, maybe one of their relation forces them to see a doctor for checkup, or maybe they need to find a job, right? And the job requires them to do certain tests, and they end up getting discovered that they have diabetes, right? For some people, it happens that way, or maybe their leg is always swelling a little bit, but they don't realize they have heart failure from maybe many years of just hypertension, right? They end up in US, they get checked out. Next thing they have heart failure. So it's not because they went to the doctor. The doctor the doctor gives them those diseases. They already had it, but it's at a manageable level where they're able to the body is able to compensate. But when they show up here, they get tested, they realize they have those diseases. But guess what? The natural thing is you give them medications or you encourage lifestyle changes. But sometimes by the time some of those Nigerians come here and they get tested, it's gone beyond the threshold of something that making lifestyle changes can manage. You may end up just having to, put them straight on medications, unless they may not survive for too long. So, that's some of the situations that end up happening. So it's not like a doctor is giving you the disease. They're discovering something that's already in you. And hopefully, if you start taking those medications, you feel much better and feel more, back to, your baseline.
Is diabetes hereditary?
So diabetes run in families. There's to keep it simple for people, there's two types of diabetes. For us medical doctors, there are subtypes of diabetes, which I'm not going to go into, but to keep it simple, there's two types of diabetes. Type 1 tends to happen in younger populations, mostly children. Usually gets diagnosed very early. For some, you may get diagnosed in the teenage years. Type 2 is seen more in adults, even though nowadays in the Western world where there's a lot of unhealthy eating and unhealthy lifestyle, the age of type 2 diabetes started to come down to people in their 20s. But before, it used to be mostly people in their 40s, 50s, 60s, people who are much older. Type 2 diabetes gets to mostly comes from people having, bad health in general. So high cholesterol, hypertension, things like that. People tend to think of it as a type of diabetes that happens because of your lifestyle, right? But type 1 is genetic. That's not something that you can cause, because a kid who is 5-10 years old, like, what are they done to be able to become unhealthy? Are they smoking? Are they eating and those things, right? They're not drinking. So that's more of a what we call congenital diabetes. In terms of the mechanism of how it works, type 1 tends to be more the body, what we call autoimmune disease. Your body is attacking the cells that are in what we call the pancreas. The pancreas is the organ. It's on the left side of your belly. This will be below your belly. It's supposed to release insulin. When you have high sugar in your blood, there's messages that are sent to the pancreas to release insulin. What insulin does is it helps the body absorb some of that sugar so that it gets used in different tissues of the body, right? Because guess what? Like I explained before, the syrup, right? Think of it, the blood being very thick with syrup. It has all this sugar. The sugar is there in the blood to stay temporarily, right? The sugar is not supposed to stay there for a long time, because if it stays there for a long time, it starts to damage the vessels. So when you have insulin released, the body has high sugar in the blood. There's a message sent to the pancreas. Insulin is released. The sugar in the blood dissipates away, enters into different organs. The blood becomes thinner and is able to freely flow, right? If someone doesn't have insulin, the blood gets, very thick with sugar, and that worsens the blood vessels, and they get thicker and thicker and thicker. So people that have type 1 diabetes, the cells that are supposed to produce the insulin get destroyed. And so for those folks, very early on, you put them on insulin. For type 2 diabetes, it's a little bit more nuanced. The issue is not necessarily that you're not making insulin. One of the major issues is what we call insulin resistance. Because I think about it this way. Yes, you may be able to produce the insulin and release it, but the cells that you are sending the message, remember, the insulin, it's more of a, think of it as insulin as a messenger. You release insulin from the pancreas, it goes to different cells in the body, and it knocks on the door and tells them, hey, there's a lot of sugar in your blood. This guy just ate. Can you open the door so we can supply you with all this fuel so you can, use them up and generate energy? But guess what? Sometimes when the messenger comes and knocks on the door doesn't get opened. Or if it gets open, or if the door is open, maybe the hinge is not well oiled. The door may not open very well. So guess what? Yes, you may have insulin. The insulin may talk to the cells of the body and tell them, take in more sugar. But if they're not able to take in a lot of sugar, we call that insulin resistance. It means that for the same amount of insulin that you release, if you eat one wrap of apple, you may need more insulin to be released to be able to tell your body to take in that amount of sugar, right? So guess what? For that pancreas to make even more insulin, because the cells of the body is resisting insulin messages, the pancreas gets stressed. And over time, what will end up happening is the pancreas craps out or gets tired. And so after a while, it may stop making less and less insulin. And over time, many, many, many years, we have what is called pancreas burnout. You're making that insulin, but you're even having to make more and more because the body is just not responding to that insulin, right? So that's more of a type 2. It's a little bit more nuanced. And that's where the lifestyle changes comes in.
I wanted to know, what did our forefathers, how did they treat type 1 diabetes when, I'm talking about 200 years ago, before the modern medicine got to Africa? What did they do?
For type 1, which is the one that happen, usually congenital, happens in kids, I'm not even sure if there was such a, at least from my experience, I don't even know if, I'm sure there must have been kids who had type 1 diabetes. Maybe they're peeing a lot and stuff like that. Maybe they're peeing on the bed a lot, things like that. I'm not saying that kids that pee a lot in the on the bed when they're kids, when they are young, that they have diabetes, but maybe there are kids who, for some reason, just keep peeing a lot, and we can't quite figure out why they are peeing up to 10, 11 years old. And it may end up being that they have type 1 diabetes. But I think it's hard to kind of think about the concept of that getting treated, because I don't even know how the olden days people would even know that a child has type 1 diabetes. Because I think there's an Igbo name for it. There's a name for it, for diabetes, even in Igbo culture and various other cultures. But most times when they describe diabetes or sugar, high sugar, right, they describe it for adults and not for kids. So I think
could it be that the kids died off?
Oh yeah, certainly. I mean, if over time, if the kids are not able to produce insulin, you have very high sugar. I mean, remember, think about it this way. The body is all, when you eat, you're eating a lot of sugar, it goes into your blood. But having sugar and having all that energy products doesn't mean that the body will use it. Insulin is what tells the parts of different cells of the body, open your door and start to take that in and use it. So if you have no insulin, the sugar is going to be sitting there. The kid will eat and eat and eat, but they will still feel low energy because the insulin is not there to able to activate the cells to take in glucose. And so I think most of those kids probably didn't live that long. Whenever they developed that, they probably died a few years afterwards.
So talking about being hereditary, so does it mean that in a family where nobody had diabetes and then suddenly somebody had one, it means that the children of that person most likely will now inherit it? How does that work?
Not necessarily. And just to correct a misnomer, someone just said bedwetting was never ascribed to illness. Yes, I was just giving an analogy. I was just using a scenario to kind of think about how maybe our forefathers may have been able to maybe sense whether or not a child has diabetes. But that was just a hypothetical thing. I'm not saying bedwetting is a disease necessarily. But what was your initial question, Rudolph?
No, I was talking about how it becomes hereditary.
Yeah, heredity, yeah. The thing is, there are some certain genes that if, I know Africans, we don't do a lot of genetic testing. There's a lot of genetic testing that happens in Western countries. For type 1, it's genetic. There are certain genes that if you test a kid or test the kid's mother and father, and they have those certain genes, the chances of a child having type 1 diabetes is a lot higher. If you're someone whose family has, there's a lot of people in the family that have autoimmune diseases like lupus, multiple sclerosis, thyroid, thyroid issue that are autoimmune. I'm trying not to use big medical words. Chances of you having a child that has type 1 diabetes is probably on the high side, especially if you test positive for that particular gene, right? For type 2 is more related to lifestyle. But if you have a high number of family members that have type 2, it can still inform you that is somehow genetic, but we don't have very concrete evidence or granular evidence or detail to talk about how type 2 is passed on for family members. But for type 2, if you have a lot of family members that have type 2 diabetes, it means somehow it runs in the family, and you should be very careful about how you think about, lifestyle changes. Also, there are some people that may end up having, some kids that may end up having type 1, and it doesn't necessarily mean that they got it from either of the parents. It may just be what we call in genetics propositus, whereby both family members don't have a particular disease, but for some reason they have what we call spontaneous mutations that end up changing the gene, and the child ends up with, say, type 1 diabetes.
All right. So in Nigeria, where we come from, the food we eat, different parts of the country, most of them are starch-based, and it makes it difficult for even the people who know that they are diabetic to find what to eat that will help them. And what do you recommend? Even people abroad are having the same difficulties. I've had someone say to me, "I don't know what to eat. Everything spikes up my sugar."
I think the first instance, the first way to talk about lifestyle changes is incorporating physical activity, right? Because remember, you have to remember, some of those food types that some of the foods that you are eating now, our forefathers were able to eat it, but still go to the farm and burn out that fat and burn out some of that food. So the same amount of apple that you are eating, and after eating, you sit down and watch Manchester United and Arsenal for 2 hours, 3 hours, and then you drink, you eat more nkwobi and drink Saint-Remy. That amount of apple is the same thing that your forefathers will eat and go to the farm and burn most of them, right? The issue is a sedentary lifestyle, and not necessarily not necessarily that you're eating over, not necessarily the amount of food that you eat, right? Portion control is very important, but if you eat the same amount of food and you work out, it actually is a little bit more healthier than if you eat that same amount of food and you stay sedentary. Usually, when I advise patients, right, it's hard to go from 0 to 100, especially for people who, work a lot and they don't have time to make their own food. They buy food from the corner store or they buy from Maput. First thing I always tell them is increase your physical activity. Start from there. I'm not saying that you should not avoid the foods. Increase physical activity. So you may eat the same amount of foods that you're eating, the same thing that you're eating outside, but increase physical activity. I tell them, the evidence suggests that you should be working out at least 150 minutes a day. A week. You can split that into 150 minutes is what is that? 2 hours and 30 minutes. If you split that into 7 days, I don't know how much it's going to be, but around 150 minutes a week. 120 to 150 minutes a week. If you increase physical activity, if the same amount of food that you're eating, probably you have a lesser amount of sugar staying in your body compared to if you are not working out. That's usually the first step. It doesn't mean that you should not do other things, but I think for people, it's always good to start very little. So increase physical activity. After you increase physical activity, and I see the patient is doing well with physical activity, they're going to the gym, I now go to the second part. Okay, you see that's the amount of foods that you're eating. Now, how about instead of eating the same amount of portion, maybe you can cut it down a little. Instead of eating 3 big wraps of fufu, why don't you just eat 2? Right? I'm not saying you should not stop eating fufu. Keep eating fufu. Keep doing the exercise that you're doing successfully. But instead of eating 3 wraps, now eat 2 wraps. Right? So little by little, you're making increments. And this may take periods of like months to a year to get that patient to eventually get to that healthier lifestyle. Right? So now you start talking about portion control. Then the next thing I start talking about to them, once they feel that they can now control that portion, is to say, okay, now you see that apple that you're eating, instead of eating that, why don't you replace it with what do you call this? The one that you use plantain to make.
It's plantain. I don't know.
Yeah,
Flour.
the one you use, plantain flour, like or plantain flour. I say, okay, now we are talking about substitution. Instead of eating that apple that's high in starch, why don't you use unripe plantain flour or oats? Why don't you use ground oats? So you see how it's very gradual, right? At first, I tell them you can eat some amount of food you're eating, increase physical activity. Then I start talking about okay, now portion control. Now talk about substitution. So if you're eating fried meat all the time, I'm like, okay, we can eat as much meat as you want. Maybe next time the thing that you can work on is instead of eating fried meat, why don't you eat baked meat? Or after cooking your meat, instead of eating the same day, let it settle, let all that fat come to the top on the broth. Take that out. When you're eating your meat, why don't you take off the skin? Because the skin has a lot of fat. So it's all little by little, step by step. You eventually get people there. But if you start off from day one, stop eating this, exercise, do this and that, people get overwhelmed and they give up easily. So it's all step by step.
Okay, that's very good. Now let's talk about kidney disease.
Yes.
Most people who left Nigeria in the 90s and early 200s, they are surprised at the explosion of kidney issues in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Do we know why?
The kidney disease has always been, I think it has always been at the forefront of, well, let me preface a little bit. A lot of Black people are affected by kidney disease. That's something that we've noticed, over time. A lot of people had kidney disease, but they didn't know they had kidney disease. The leg is always swelling, they're always peeing, things like that. So the absence of the awareness doesn't mean that the percentage of the disease wasn't already there. But maybe it's now worse because now you're adding people living sedentary lifestyle, people not eating, having very high caloric foods that they don't burn out because they don't go to the farm anymore. People eating processed foods. For example, instead of you just enjoying your regular apple tofu, you eat apple and soup, but now you have to eat ice cream. You have to eat what do you call it? Smoothie with a lot of sugar, right? Now you're adding processed foods. Guess what? Some of those processed foods are harder for the body to break, are harder for the body to process well. And some of those things what we call dysregulation in the body, with how your insulin is, with how the insulin helps your body taking sugar. But that gets a little bit complex. I'm not going to go into it. But the important thing now about kidney disease, I think, has always been high in the Black population, in African population. It's just that a lot of people did not get diagnosed with it. And then add the extra factor of unhealthy lifestyle. Diabetes is one thing that can destroy your kidney. People are not managing their diabetes. People have high blood pressure. You're eating ukwabi, you're not exercising. All those added things now made the kidney disease percentage blow up. But there's always been some level of baseline kidney disease that happened in a lot of patients, that happened in a lot of Nigerian population, African population. Just that now it's more prominent because of unhealthy lifestyle, and now we're diagnosing it more easily.
Okay, the next one is cancer.
Mm-hmm.
The same question about what appears or what people tend to say that there is astronomical increase. Is it just that there is more prescription and awareness, or that there is something else responsible for that?
Well, we've always had cancer. I think probably our forefathers, when people have certain diseases, they would, and I'm giving an example of Igbo because, Igbo is the only culture I grew up around. So I sort of know more about it. But, you probably see this in movies where someone has a particular issue happening, they blow up, or maybe, let's say, for example, they start having a lesion on the breast and it gets rot and people don't know what to do about it. They say this person has been attacked by evil spirits and they throw him in the evil forest, right? We've always had cancer, right? But maybe now it's even exacerbated by the unhealthy lifestyle, because unhealthy lifestyle to some extent, increases the percentage of cancer. It doesn't mean that we never had cancer before. For example, some things that we're using now, for example, pure water. I know I probably shouldn't say this because a lot of Nigerians are here and we drink pure water, but there are some things that we use that are very, what we call carcinogenic. Carcinogenic means a substance that can easily trigger the body to become cancerous over time. If you're using plastics in your microwave, when Nigerians have microwaves now, they didn't used to have microwave. Just additional thing that you have to think about, right? Putting your plastic in microwave, the pure water that you're drinking, the one that are sat out in the kiosks, and the sun shines on it. After shining on it, you drink that pure water, it will be tasting like chemical. Some of the chemical that is used in plastic would leach into the water. It's called phthalates. Some of those things are carcinogenic. Some of those things can increase the risk of cancer. So not only did we have cancer before, but some of the things that we're doing now, because we want to modernize, be it the food that we're eating, be it the things that are surrounding some of the food that we're doing. For example, some of the pots that we use nowadays, instead of using the regular itona, like we say in Igbo, we're now using some of the pots that are coated with chemical because we want to make them heat resistant. We don't want the pot to burn. We want to wash it easily. But you don't know some of those things are coated with chemicals that if they leach into your food, it can cause cancer.
So for Nigerians or Africans abroad, some of them we notice they carry the same kind of ideology that they brought with them from Nigeria or from Africa. You mentioned one example where someone might have cancer and people think that somebody gave it to them. There are still people who are here who think the same way. They've not. How do you talk to people like that?
Honestly, it's very difficult. I won't lie. I mean, I'm used to having very difficult conversations with patients. I have people who, tell me this medication caused them hemorrhoids. I'm like, this medication has nothing to do with hemorrhoids. But it's always very difficult to have certain conversations. I had a family member die many, many, many years ago, and we knew what killed him, and we knew what kind of disease he had or infection that he had that eventually took his life. But for some reason, other family members that were close to him, and towards the later stages, they started taking him to Babalawo, DB, and all those traditional docenta. And they will often tell my dad, this family member of ours, when he went to Dibia, he vomited cowrie, nail. I'm like, we know what this guy has. We know what is causing him to be sick. How is he vomiting nail? And they're like, we think there's somebody against our family that is attacking him with diabolical forces. Even though I'm a doctor, my dad is a doctor. I have sisters who are doctors. No matter what, you explain from morning till night. They are the ones that will say, brother, I'm sick. You prescribe medication. But when it comes to issues like these are very touching. People dying, their brain just flies out. You explain what you explain from morning till night. They don't care. I think the way to start off the conversation is to sort of see what the person's motivation is. So what these people I'm talking about, they are very reasonable individuals. When when they are not in that high stress level, that's high sort of environment where you're not talking about life and death. They have malaria, basic stuff. They listen to medical advice. But when it comes to that dire situation, whereby hey, your nephew is gonna die if you don't do anything about it. I have to take him to DB and this and that, pastor here and there. It becomes difficult to explain something. So it doesn't mean those people are resistant to understanding. It's more of the emotional part of it that makes it a little bit difficult to explain. So you have to think about the context and give them a little bit of grace when they refuse to listen to medical advice or they seem to shun some of the things that you're saying. So that's the way I think about it, approaching that conversation.
We'll talk about alternative medicine in a few minutes, but I want you to address Alzheimer's and maybe dementia.
Yeah.
which is something that is becoming also pronounced at home and even abroad. There are people, if you look at how things happened in the 70s and 80s, when people come here to school, go abroad to school, they go back. But recently, people have stayed and people have retired and remained in the West, in America and in the UK. So we're beginning to see people who are old enough and they get dementia, Alzheimer's. What is the latest thinking in that?
Okay. There are a few comments I saw that I'm going to address later on. So I don't know. Coincidentally, I happen to. So when prior to becoming a physician here in the US, I was a research scientist. For about 3 years, I was researching Alzheimer's disease, but I was researching it from the basic science perspective. Basic science just means I'm in the lab mixing things in test tubes and petri dishes and things like that. Working with animals like mouse, doing surgeries on their brain and things like that, and seeing if they're able to perform certain tasks after I exercise them and things like that. So I sort of have some level of experience when it comes to Alzheimer's disease. I think the way we think about mental illness, things like what we call mild cognitive impairment, MCI, or Alzheimer's, is, the brain is working constantly. The brain is made up of cells, and those cells are going to produce byproducts. And there are other cells that are, the cells of the brain are called the nerves, but you also have other cells of the body, other cells in the brain called glial cells, which make up more of the framework of the brain. They are not part of the signaling that happens to make you think, but they still have to be there to maintain structure for the brain. Some of those glial cells are the ones that sort of help with cleaning some of those toxins. And some of the theories that have been sort of propounded in terms of how mental illnesses arrive, especially like when it comes to dementia, is that over time, some of that cleaning system, and this is being very simplistic, when that cleaning system starts to become less efficient, you start to build up certain byproducts that over time stay in your brain. And when they stay in the brain, think of it as, if you have a gutter and the water is running through very briskly, you have good drainage, right? But if you start to put trash inside, the water will still be running. But over time, when the trash accumulates to a certain critical level, it blocks the water from moving. Think of it that way. When some of these toxins, natural proteins that are produced in the body or in the brain, or proteins, or whatever you may describe it, someone said in the comment section, when you start to, when the drainage system becomes less efficient, some of those starts to accumulate, and what happens is they affect the ability of signaling to happen from one part of the brain to another. Some of those things are things that scientists describe as tau protein, plaques, and all whatnot that can accumulate in the brain, and they affect signaling. When you affect signaling, you can't really think as you're used to. You can perform activities like you're used to. Some people will slow down, like Parkinson's disease. Some people, if it affects a part of the brain that has to do with storing memory, some of those people start to forget things. So that's the general sense of how to explain it, and sort of a simplistic way of trying to make sense of how mental illnesses arise. But there are also mental illnesses that happen due to atherosclerosis. I know I've talked about atherosclerosis a lot, where there's plaque build up in the blood vessels. Remember, the brain has blood vessels too, right? So some of those blood vessels can become leaky. They can harden. When it becomes leaky over time, you may end up having stroke. And some people, when they have stroke and it affects part of the brain that has to do with their personality, that person may be having issues. If it affects part of the body that has to do with memory, that person may end up having a dementia as well. So don't always think about it as the cleaning up system like I described initially, but if you also have damage to the brain from blood vessels, having stroke where the blood sort of leaks into the brain, or you have some of those plaques or build up that are in the blood vessels in the hand or wherever, move all the way to the head, and they block parts of the blood vessels, and some other parts of the brain die or suffer some damage, that can also lead to cognitive impairment as well. So there are multiple ways of thinking about it.
All right. I want us to take a break. When we come back, where we address some things like miracle and there's something going on in Anambra State where the governor is fighting traditional medicine people. I want to know what you think about that and how it connects to the conversation on health. So, but again, and we are going to invite our audience who are interested in joining us to talk to you. So we will do all that. But for the time being, I think we need to take a break, and we'll be right back.
I do want to correct. I know some people made some comment section. Had some questions or clarification in the comment section. Type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Type 2 diabetes is more of lifestyle change that causes it. Type 1 is more congenital. Both of them has some level of family history input. To what extent that happens in each one is something that's a little more complex to explain here, but there's some level of family input that has to do with both. But at the end of the day, some of those diseases can arise without it being tied to family history. I just want to explain that because some of those things are not very easy to explain, but in a very simplistic manner, both type 1 and type 2 can have some level of family propagation.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. welcome back, everybody. We're having a conversation with Dr. Dominic, who is an internal medicine physician here in New York. I'm sure he's somewhere he can hear me. We just have a few more questions before we let you join. If you have any question or comment you want to pass on to either on the comment section, or you can come into the studio. I posted the link. All right, Dr. Dominic. So yeah, I know you're from Anambra State and you're aware of what's going on there.
Anambra State.
There's a fight there between the church, the state, and the voodoo, the traditional medicine people. The governor wants them to register and explain what they do, the kind of medicine they practice. So your internal medicine, there are people who practice different, he wants them to explain that, and also to prove that they can treat what they said they're able to treat. What do you think about that?
I don't want to sound very controversial. I mean, is that the main problem right now?
He thinks it is. I mean, most people think. I actually had that position, your position, but when I spoke to them, they told me that you've been a while, that you've been home, not just been home, paid attention to what is going on. That most of the impunity and crime and things going on there, that these so-called traditional medicine, herbalists, that they feel that they are the engine behind that. So, but the question is this, if that standard is set for even properly registered medical practitioners, will they live up to that? When you say for someone to be a traditional medicine man who claims that he could cure, let's say, ulcer, to prove that he could do that before you can give them approval to practice?
This is a very touchy subject, and it's not something that is very easy to. It doesn't have a right or wrong answer, to be quite frank. I think the best way to do is just to dissect the issue, and maybe by dissecting the issue, we can come to a sensible background on which maybe we can make sense of things. Now, natural remedies or herbs, some are good, some are bad. I think the best way to explain it is the medications that we use to treat malaria, the older ones, quinine, chloroquine, things like that. These are all medications that our forefathers were using. They would boil, and I know in Igbo, there's a tree called dogonyaro tree. Dogonyaro tree, when you boil it, it has one of those substances, quinine, that you use to treat that you used to treat malaria, right? So even as far back as when I was a child, maybe 11, 12, I remember, seeing people in the neighborhood who would boil a dogonyaro, and they're able to make that concoction, and they'll drink it, and the kids get better. They have malaria. But the danger in that is, while a medical doctor knows how much quinine or how much dosage to prescribe, the guy who is cooking the dogonyaro leaves and getting quinine from it doesn't know how much dosage he's giving, right? Not only that, he's giving the quinine, but he's also giving other harmful substances that are mixed with it. So those medications are not pure, right? Those medications are not pure. There's the active ingredients may be there, right? But if it's not pure, it can cause a lot of side effects too. Some of those toxins can cause kidney damage as well. So you are treating malaria, but you are also causing kidney damage. So that's why it's a little difficult, because you can say some of those remedies don't work. Some of those remedies do work. But the thing is, the active ingredients there need to be purified, which is what we do in modern medicine. And if you go to, I was a student of UNN for about a year before they started having their prolonged ASU strike, and I left the shores of Nigeria. But I remember at UNN, we had if you go towards the pharmacy department, you have like they have like some of those. They have like signboards on like some of the things that the pharmacy department does. And I remember some of the things I discovered when I was trying to understand some of what the pharmacists study. I realized that the UNN had like this whole plan where one of their faculties was trying to look into traditional herbs and see which ones have like active ingredients that are good for treating certain diseases, and they'll try to purify it. So that's marrying traditional medicine with modern medicine, because now you're not completely canceling out the traditionalist or the herbalist. What you're doing is you're actually partnering with them, trying to understand what diseases do they say this thing treats from way back. How do you tap into some of those ingredients? Let's purify it in the lab and see what they contain, and see if some of those things have effects in the lab when trying to treat certain diseases. So I think what we should focus on is maybe trying to partner and sort of start that conversation rather than totally shut these people out. I'm not saying that these herbs are not dangerous to the body, but I'm saying there's a way to have that conversation in a way that is cordial rather than doing it in a way that is forceful. To bring a little bit of politics inside it, because I know you guys like politics. Think of it this way. You know the way Tinubu announced subsidy is gone and Nigeria crashed, right? And we went into T-Pain. Imagine if he didn't say that. And eventually, subsidy was taken away with plan being laid in place. And then at some point, let's say after like a year or two, he says, oh, by the way, you guys didn't know this, but subsidy eventually went away. You see two different scenarios. One caused T-Pain, the other one probably would have cost less T-Pain, right? Same thing. Rather than kicking against the herbalists, bring them in. Maybe have them register. But that registration should not be restriction. Have them register. Have them maybe start documenting the kind of leaves they are using and what they are using those leaves for. And over time, maybe have local universities. This is where you start to create more jobs. Maybe in the pharmacy department, you may involve something. In the Anambra government may decide to say, why don't we fund a project with some of these PhD students that are always writing papers. They some of these masters, all they do is write paper. After writing paper, they'll give them masters, which is, let me not even go there because I'm gonna get a little bit angry. But
now
the government can actually encourage more conversation. Some of those masters, the PhD students, create grants. The grants that are gonna maybe focus on partnering with some of these herbalists, try to figure out what medications and things they're using. How do we purify them? And we make sense of things. You can always create partnership. You don't have to create animosity in the community. That's the way I think about it. But I didn't want to bring politics into it. But I know some people are telling me to stick to medicine. I'll stick to medicine. No, Allah.
So the other question is, after the governor said that, a lot of people started saying that pastors who give holy water, anointing oil to cure cancer and diabetes, they should also prove them their own. It's not just the native doctor that will prove. Have you seen miracles? And what do you think about miracles and the claims of miracles performed by pastors and especially people like Ebube Monso? I think he's from your hometown.
Ebube Monso is and it was of my hometown. Rudolph, all these questions are asking me that are tough questions because think about it. I have cough drop in my mouth, so I may sound a little bit weird how I speak, but it's just to soothe my throat. You're making me go into the arena where there are all these lions and lionesses, right? Where there is a video shaker, right? And all those things.
Yes, exactly. I forgot that one.
If Odumeje is watching, Odumeje, my respects. But anyway, jokes apart, I know there are people who believe in, in spirituality, people who believe prayer can do wonders and things like that. I believe in prayer too. I'm Catholic. I believe in the power of prayer. I believe in, fasting, things like that. When I'm sick, I pray that I get better. When my mom is sick, or father is sick, or my brother is sick, or sister is sick.
Do you still give them medication, or you just
give them medication? I still give them medication. So prayer with action, right? You don't pray for someone that has heart attack to get better without taking them to the doctor. That doesn't make sense, because it's God that gave the doctor the brain to know how to cure, how to help with heart failure, or how to help with cancer or whatever disease. So you have to be practical about it. I'm not saying throw God away. You have to involve God. For those who are religious. For those who are not religious, my apologies if I affect your sensibilities. But if you're someone who's a believer, who believes in God, yes, you pray, right? Because sometimes the prayer is actually what gives you insight to say, you know what? Brother's leg has been swelling. Maybe I should take him to a doctor. Yes, I can take him to pastor. That's fine. One day a week, but the rest of the week I'll take him to the doctor. Right? In Igbo we say uche na abia abia. Right? Sometimes wisdom comes at random times, and with the power of prayer, maybe it's a prayer that will give you the wisdom. Right? So I'm not saying you should totally divest religion and church from medicine. All I'm just saying is, while you're nourishing the body, when you're nourishing the soul, you should also nourish the body by going to a medical doctor.
Okay, let me play this video and then get your reaction. Then we'll bring in our audience.
You're shaking the table. Okay.
Money, 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 money,
All right, that's why. That's Jesus. Jesus. You don't know him? You're muted. His name is Onyeze Jesus. Yeah, I found out that where he does this thing is my hometown. Actually, I didn't know that he's in my hometown.
I don't know. Was that a Dibia or was that I don't understand. Was that a pastor?
Onyeze Jesus. I don't know.
Onyeze Jesus.
Yes, yeah, that's his name. He talks to Ezenwai in the river, and it appears that Ezenwai drinks Fanta a lot. But what I'm saying is, the question I have is how is it different from this is shaking the table. All right, how is it different from people who believe that? Because there are people who really believe that by doing this thing he's doing and bringing the goats, that they will find a path to riches. How is that different from, prosperity preachers who are also telling people, motivating them to go out there and get it, and connecting it to medicine and health, because the same man also does health things. People who claim they are sick, they come to him, and if he could give you money, he could cure your cancer and your diabetes. So how do you connect all these things, especially connecting it to where we are today, 21st century Africa?
I mean, see, I've seen Adeola answer similar questions like this. Adeola is the best to answer this type of question, but not to digress. Look, spirituality is important, culture is important. And there's an example that we give in medicine, and hopefully this example will kind of help some of you guys with the audience sort of understand the way I think about things. In medicine, if you're talking to a patient and the patient says, "Doctor, I want, I'm like, Oga, you need surgery. Surgery needs to be done at 10 a.m. And the person says, you know what, before this surgery, I want to make sure that I put the chaplet inside water. I fast for 7 days and 7 nights. As a physician, you're supposed to accommodate that cultural aspect as much as you can, so long as it does not harm the patient's health. Right? I'm not saying that I have to actively get involved in those things the patient is saying. I don't have to pray with the patient, but if I have some level of leeway in protecting this patient's health to a point where I can incorporate some of their cultural and religious, sensibilities and beliefs, and still be able to take care of them, health-wise, in a time-sensitive manner, I will incorporate those things. Patients that say, "Oh, I want to pray," that's fine. I want to visit the mosque on Friday. Can you do the surgery on Monday? We try to accommodate that. So, all I'm saying to say this is, it's fine to do some of those things that you're doing. You can go to pastor for prayer and those things, so long as you still go to the medical doctor and receive the right kind of treatment. If you want to run up the mountain and shout from morning till night, Jah Jehovah, and shout from those months, that's fine, so long as you still go and see your doctor for high blood pressure and diabetes, and for whatever cancer you have to get chemotherapy or to get the radiation. So I have no issues with those things, so long as those things don't substitute for the actual medical care that you need. If they're add-ons for your sensibilities and for your comfort and for your spiritual happiness, that's fine. They will have an issue is when you are using those things as substitute for actual proper medical care. I don't know if that answers your question, Rudolph. That's the best way to answer it. So if you're going to do Meje for him to use a bit of shaker on you, that's fine. You go to the Meje on Friday for a bit of shaker. On Monday, you can see your cancer doctor.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Dominic. Let's open it up and hear from people who joined us. Chim, you're first.
Rudolph, you can skip me. And my question is not fully formed, so I can't ask any
The question is
it's still forming. All right, Tim.
Okay, well, mine is not that simple, but maybe a bit technical. No, it's not. Nah. No. Now we don't worry. Now we. This thing. Thank you very much for at least for stepping in today. You are a panelist, but today you are the guest, so that makes to keep the thing going. My question is really straightforward. What do you think about the drinking water, the effect of drinking water on hypertension? That's just the effect. That's what.
Effect on drinking water, hypertension. Well, there's always context for everything. Proper hydration. I don't think a lot of people drink water enough, especially in the Western world, because people drink a lot of juices. I see children in the train station. Their moms are. You have to see a woman with 3-4 kids, or one kid, for example, and a child is born today, and tomorrow, next thing they do is put juice in the child's hand. Or I see my coworkers, and they have these very big bottles that have measurements on them. And you're like, oh God, why do you have these big bottles? Like, oh, I'm trying to increase my hydration. You can overdo it, or on the flip side, you can maybe not do it adequately enough. I think what is important in terms of drinking water is moderation. If you have a disease in which drinking water is going to worsen it, then you have to be judicious. You have to be careful with drinking water. If you're someone that has heart failure, you should be careful with how much salt intake that you do. Because guess what? A lot of kidney doctors will tell you, where salt goes, water follow. So if you take a lot of salty food, you retain some of that water you take. If you're going to retain about 10%, you may end up retaining 20% in your body, and you end up blowing up. So if you have something like kidney that what we call end-stage kidney disease, whereby your kidneys are not functioning enough that you need things like dialysis to be able to control them, to be able to pee. You can't pee anymore because your kidneys are damaged. So dialysis has to kind of clean the blood and also take out extra fluid in your body. The doctor will always tell you how much water to drink and estimate. So those diseases, kidney issues, heart failure, those will always tell them to limit the amount of water. If you have liver issues, liver damage, what we call liver cirrhosis, which is the liver has tired out and is very scarred, and you tend to retain water in your body, will also tell you to restrict the amount of fluid. For example, some patients I see, they come in and their belly is full because it's just water everywhere. I tell them, okay, while you're admitted in the hospital, you can only get 1 liter of fluid. If you like, drink this and drink that. All fluid you take in the whole day, if I calculate it and it's more than 1 liter, you're in trouble. After that 1 liter fluid restriction, that's it. If you're somebody who doesn't have any of those diseases, then there's no issue with drinking adequate amount of water. You probably drink more water than those people that have kidney issue or liver issue or heart failure. The only thing is, don't drink too much. There's such a thing as drinking too much water. An example to give is people that run marathon. Sometimes when people do physical activity, and they lose a lot of fluid, dehydration, their body naturally pushes them to drink adequate amount of water. Sometimes when people exercise, they may not lose the amount of water they think mentally that they're losing, and they may not feel that thirsty, but behaviorally they feel like they have to keep drinking and drinking and drinking and drinking. That is where people get in danger of getting what we call coma from water, where what ends up happening is the water dilutes out the salt that you need for your brain to function, and you start to get confused. Some people get water coma. For example, people that run marathon, you have to be careful and regulate your body in terms of how much water you drink. If you drink too much, some of those people start to have fainting spells and pass out, because in their brain, behaviorally, they think they're losing a lot of water, but they're actually not losing a lot. They drink too much water. So it's all dependent on the context of the disease you have, the situation that you're in, and whether or not you need to drink more water or less water. But at the end of the day, you should always trust your body. Your body has a way of regulating and pushing you psychologically to take water and know when to stop. Right? If you feel dehydrated, you came back, you went to main market on a check or somewhere, and you are very dehydrated. You drink one bottle of water. That one bottle of water satisfies you. Your body relaxes. If you need probably two, you're still feeling thirsty, your body will push you. So the body has a natural way of regulating how much food that we take. It is when behavior we start to take more and more that you get in danger of overhydrating yourself. I don't know if that makes sense, CM. Does that answer your question?
Well, yeah, because I was trying to err on the danger side because of drinking water just as a guide, so that as a guide against the kidney stones or cancer, all this stone formation,
Yeah,
so that it will help to keep your system, kidney flushing, not for you to develop kidney stones or later something.
So some patients would ask me, doctor, how much water should I drink? I tell them, drink what your body is pushing you to drink. If you feel thirsty, drink water. If you don't feel thirsty, you may drink water, but don't drink too much. So your body has the natural way of regulating. That's why you have a thirst center that pushes you to drink. You can't come, some people, I don't know, when they walk out, they feel thirsty, they drink a little bit. Some people will just keep gulping and gulping and gulping large amounts of water. And I'm like, you probably don't need this amount of water that you're drinking, because you're just going to end up diluting your urine, and they pee a lot. So everything has to come with you responding to your natural rhythm. The body has a way of telling you how much you need. Now, if you have high blood pressure, think about the salt analogy I gave you. The issue with high blood pressure is not whether or not you drink a lot of fluid, is that you're taking a lot of salt. And the salt, what's going to end up happening is where salt goes, water follows. And what's going to end up happening is too much salt. Some of that salt contains a lot of water, and you get in danger. The blood pressure keeps going up. Does that make sense? So for the high blood pressure, it's more of taking too much salt that keeps the water retained. A little percentage of the water that you drink will now stay in the body and raise your blood pressure. Does that make sense?
All right. Thank you, CM. Let's before we continue, let me go. I know I'll come to you, Chim. Let me go to. I can see that Kulata is here, so I don't need to ask this question. Let me go.
Kulata. I haven't seen you in like how many years now? 2-3 years.
Let me. So, Dr. Dominic, this question is from Man of Prestige. What kinds of foods increase the chances of cancers? So.
Okay, let's. Let's start with. Let's make it very simple. I'll give you an analogy of America, and then I'll probably talk about Nigeria. Foods that cause cancer are things that are burnt, right? That's basic. If you eat burnt meat, barbecue, it's Thanksgiving, it's summertime, people are just, putting, sausages and burger on the grill and whatever. After you're done, part of the food is charred. Guess what? Your body, not only does your body have to break down the meat, it also has to break down the burnt meat that you're eating, right? Some of those burnt meat, what they will do is they'll release a chemical called benzoapyrene. right? Some of you people that read organic chemistry back in maybe college, in university, or maybe pharmacists, may know what it's called benzoapyrin. What benzoapyrin does is it goes and it inserts itself in the DNA and causes what we call the adducts in the DNA, right? Making it easier for the DNA to break, right? When you break the DNA can repair itself normally. But when you keep breaking it multiple times, you reach that one time when you break it, it may not be able to repair enough to the point of continuing normal body activity. Maybe that cell that has that benzoapyrin at this particular point in time, and you break that DNA, it doesn't repair it very well, may end up becoming a cancerous cell. All you need in your body is one cancer cell to go AWOL. And, in Igbo will say, if an amosa, right, it propagates. That one cancer cell. You're eating barbecue, enjoying barbecue for years, but that one time you eat barbecue, the barbecue goes and breaks from adducts that break the DNA. That one particular cell, let's say a cell in your lung, becomes cancerous. Next thing you know, it forms a tumor. Right? All you just need is one cancer cell to decide to be stubborn and stay. Another important thing to mention is in our body, we are constantly having cells that are cancerous or precancerous, but our body has a way of killing them, taking them out, and taking them out. But what ends up happening is, if you're unlucky, that one time you have a cancer cell, the body is not able to fight it very well, it propagates itself. So while in a healthy person, there's a balance between forming cancer cells and breaking them down. For someone who is eating unhealthy food, what you're doing is you're ending up stressing the body into such a point where it can't be able to handle the amount of damaged cells or DNA that you're producing, and it overwhelms the natural system to clean it up, and you end up encouraging cancer to happen. That's a very simplistic way of putting it. So definitely avoid foods that are burnt. For those in Nigeria who like drinking pure water, like I say, I hate pure water because you put it in the sun, and after it heats up the bag and the bag gets soft, it releases phthalates. You can also find phthalates in things like perfume. The phthalates leach into the water, and you drink the pure water, it tastes like chemical. Some of those things you are drinking. Yes, the body, it may cause damages here and there, but guess what? Your body is able to clean it up. But when you're doing it over and over and over again, you overwhelm the body's natural mechanism of cleaning these cancer cells. At some point, you overwhelm the system. So I'm not saying that bad things don't happen in the body, but you don't want to add more stress and mess up the body's natural mechanism of cleaning, or overwhelm the body's natural way of cleaning out the cancer cells. Other things to think about is in America, we talk about processed foods, which is becoming more of a high, it's getting higher in Nigeria now. Processed foods are things like high fructose corn syrup, which the body doesn't know how to metabolize very well. It causes people to get fat. There's some other substances I can't remember that, food. Someone mentioned the food additives, fake coloring. Like, for example, you're drinking Fanta, right? The Fanta will say color 675. Those are code names for chemicals, right? It's not the natural orange. Some of those things are food coloring. Some of those food coloring are harmful substances. The reason why processed food can be cancerous is because the chemicals that you use to preserve them, sometimes the body doesn't know how to break them down because it is not natural, right? And so what it ends up doing is maybe it breaks them down, but the byproduct of what you break down stays in the body and causes chemicals that go to DNA and break them, right?
All right, thank you. Let's go back to
please, Rudolph, if you can give me, because he says something that I need to follow up. When you say burnt food regarding cancer, why do you place a roasted yam and plantain?
Yeah.
I
mean, after you roast yam, do you eat the burnt part of it? Don't you just in Igbo we say erosiaji kochaya.
Yes.
After you roast yam, you take all the burnt part of it. Well, at the end of the day, you don't eat roasted meat every day. Once in a while, right? And the body clears it up. What I'm talking about is habitual eating of those sort of foods. Every once in a while, you get things that are harmful to the body. The body knows how to handle it. But if you're habitually doing over and over again, you overwhelm the body's system, the body's mechanism of clearing those toxins, and you end up encouraging cancer to happen. So I'm not telling you not to eat your arolaro, roasted yam, or not to eat your bole. but it's not something that you should be eating habitually. I mean, I indulge in barbecued meat here and there, but if it's very burnt and charred, I don't eat it. Some people like charred stuff. For me, I probably would just eat the one that is slightly burnt, but it's one time. I eat it, 2 times out of a year. I don't think it's that harmful. If you can avoid it altogether, that's the best.
All right. Thank you. Chim.
Yeah, thanks, Dominic. I appreciate your insights. My question is this. So, medical practice tells us that breakfast is the most important meal, right? Okay, so yours truly doesn't eat breakfast.
Okay.
And I've not eaten breakfast in almost 20-something years. Why? Because if I eat in the morning and go to work, I get drowsy. I'll just be in front of the computer and I'm dead. But if once I get momentum walking, and then maybe sometime between 11 and 12, I go take my first meal, I'm perfectly okay. So the one thing the question I guess is, what do you have to say to this whole, for me, it's a myth, but I mean, help me correct it if it's not, about breakfast. And then here in the Western world, we, the fruits and some of the, so I go to Walmart or Costco and I buy avocado pear. Twice now it has happened to me. I buy the avocado pear, get home, and this thing will not soften. It will stay hard perpetually until I throw it away. So I guess the question in that respect is all this, I don't know what to call them, fruits that we suddenly see these days that are not natural anyway. You tear open orange, you don't see a single seedling in it. What do you have to say to those, especially fruits, tomatoes, and all those kinds of things?
I think I understand what you're referring to. So let's talk about the breakfast part of things. Some of these things are just analogies that our forefathers, not the forefathers, but people have used over the years. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. You're supposed to eat in the morning and then, kind of work your way through the day. And some have that food kind of get release sugar over time to give you energy. To give you a background, there are 2 major types of sugars. There's resistant sugar. I forgot what the other one is called. But essentially what I'm trying to say is there are foods that you eat that release sugar in little doses, right? Those are the type of foods you should be eating. Then there are other types of food where you eat it and it just like dumps sugar, boom, right? It gives you what we call sugar high. And after you use up all that sugar, you crash. Those are the things you should avoid. That's what people would say, oh, when I
Dominic,
eat
are you talking about the glycemic load and the glycemic index?
Yes,
low and high glycemic, index.
Yes, there's certain food that you eat. It give you the sugars are not, they are opposite of resistant sugar, where they just like dump the sugar into your body, give you this super energy. Think of it as like taking drugs and being high. After that high, you have a withdrawal and you have this very sluggishness of it. So you have that sugar high, and then you crash, and then you feel sleepy, tired. But then if you eat the regular type of sugary food, which is the non-resistant sugar, you release the sugar slowly, little by little, so that throughout the morning and afternoon you don't get tired. You're just getting the right dose of sugar that you need, right? Those are the sort of foods that you'll be thinking about eating in the morning, not the ones that give you a quick sugar high, because those ones will make you crash after like an hour or two. I mean, some controversial.
On this breakfast thing. So
yeah,
so I mean, innocently, I take say cornflakes or cereal and milk. It doesn't matter what it is I eat. Mm-hmm. If I take anything called breakfast in the morning, I guess the only thing I will eat as breakfast and not feel the way I explained to you is apple. If I take anything food, whether it is oats, custard, cereal, the moment that thing just goes into my bloodstream, dead. I just get to the place and I can't perform anything. Fruits
and vegetables, especially fruits, have that type of kind of resistant sugar, whereby it gets released little by little. So if you find that apple is what works for you in the morning, maybe eat 2 or 3 apples in the morning. You still get that energy. You are full, but you don't have that sluggishness. But one thing you have to understand is whenever you eat, the body assumes that you are relaxing. And so what's going to happen is a lot of blood flow. It's going to maximize blood flow to the gut. And when it's maximized blood flow to the gut, it's going to sacrifice blood flow to other parts of the body. Not to such a point that those organs suffer, but it's to a point where you may feel a little sluggish. Eating food to the body's natural mechanism. When you eat food, it means you're now, it's time to relax. The body doesn't know that, oh, you're eating the food so you can go to work. It thinks you're eating the food and now you're going to go and relax and watch TV, right? So maybe the best way to counter it for someone like yourself, yes, noticing this pattern, is eat more of those resistant sugars. Maybe apple seems to be what works for you. And then by afternoon, maybe when you're a little bit more agile and stuff, you can maybe eat some of those other foods that you feel like if you eat them, they make you sluggish. Like if you're not eating apple in the morning, it's gonna make you fall asleep. Don't eat apple in the morning, right? My mom loves eating gari in the morning, but for her it works. She eats gari and she's able to function throughout the day. For me, if I eat it, the story is gone. So there are 2 things to identify here. One is eating the kind of food that will release sugar little by little, resistant sugars. Second is realizing that if you know that you eat in the morning and you feel very sluggish, just find something simple and very basic to eat. Don't eat too much. Maybe portion control helps. And then in the afternoon, you can eat a larger share of food. That's just the best advice I can give you. But it depends. People's bodies are different. Some people, they eat the same amount of food that you eat, and they go about their day and they feel fine. So you have to kind of be in tune with what works for your body. But certainly avoid the ones that give you the sugar high and you crash. Eating, like drinking large amounts of juice in the morning, ice cream, all those cakes, things like that. These are just easier ones to identify when it comes to like some of that the sugars that will give you high. Or drinking coffee with lots of sugar in them, it will give you that high, but you crash.
All right, thank you, Chim.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I actually don't eat breakfast. For me, when I wake up, most times I always feel a little bit not bloated. I almost feel like the food I just finished eating, like the food is stuck in my body. So what I end up doing is I wait till maybe like around what we call brunch time. Brunch time in America just means mixture of breakfast and the word breakfast and the word lunch is brunch. So around like 11, 12 is when I start feeling like that bloatedness is going away. Now I start to feel a little bit hungry. Then I may start with
the second part of the question.
Something light. So missing breakfast doesn't mean that it's such a horrible thing.
All right, thank you.
And the second part you wanted me to answer was GMOs. I feel that what we're talking about is GMOs. Genetically modified foods, the reason why they are genetically modified, initially it was more of increasing yield. For example, certain, if a banana gets disease, if a banana, you plant natural banana and it gets a particular kind of disease and it kills off half your banana plantation, maybe next planting season, you want to get the banana that is genetically modified, that is going to resist the disease. So that if it has an infection, maybe only 10% of your yield will be destroyed. Right? So you're thinking of farming practices, you're thinking of economic aspect of it. You're trying to preserve your crops. And then came the second part of, okay, now that we're preserving yield, maybe we can do a little bit more further testing. Maybe we can produce a kind of banana that is more nutritious, more appealing. I think that's when people started to kind of dive into the slippery slope of misusing GMOs, right? While you were trying to solve the issue of improving yield, preventing starvation, preventing famine, now you are delving into the aspect of let's produce nutritious bananas, let's produce seedless oranges. Now, I don't even know what people are trying to solve with seed. Did people ever complain that seeds were an issue? I don't know. It doesn't seem to be an issue, but people are thinking, oh, if you produce the ones that are seedless, maybe becomes more appealing. That's where you get into the slippery slope of GMOs. There's a lot of research that needs to be done in GMOs. There's a lot of controversies whether or not GMOs are good for you or not. For me, when it comes to scientific issues that still have a question mark on them, I'm also err on the side of caution and avoid to the data. Because the thing is, I think about it this way: if GMOs in the future end up being a good thing, right, 50, 60 years based on research, I wouldn't have lost anything by eating natural foods. But if I was eating GMOs and 50 years from now, they say like GMOs cause cancer, then I would have damaged my body. So if you can, avoid GMOs. But one thing that you can, what happens is when governmental organizations, when government starts to, on a mass scale, introduce them little by little without people noticing, then there's no way that you can really avoid them. I can't remember. I think there were some African countries that are starting to like allow GMOs to come into their country little by little, which is quite sad. But if you notice GMOs and avoid them, please avoid them. This is not me giving you medical advice. This is me just using my common sense. Because I'd rather avoid something that I'm not sure of. In the future, if it's a good thing, okay, I didn't lose. But if it's a bad thing, I screwed myself over.
All right, thank you, Jim. Let's go to Shoei.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Damages, and thank you very much, Dr. Dominic, as well. It's been a very great discussion that we've been having today, and the topics you actually touched. I'll quickly touch on two things quickly before the main thing I actually intend to talk about, and that's the issue of cancer and dementia. So obviously with dementia obviously is an umbrella term, which actually it houses quite a lot of disorders, neurological disorders, which actually normally would come with age, but due to recent occurrence, we can see that age limit has actually started shifting as well, as in getting lower and lower. And like I said, Alzheimer's is just one of the type of dementias we have, but I won't go too much into that. Like I said, dementia is an umbrella term for quite a few neurological disorders. Moving on to cancer. Most time people see cancer as a plague. No, it's not a plague. Cancer itself is an uncontrollable growth of cells. That's what cancer is. The cells keep growing rapidly and they fail to listen to signals that would actually signal them to die at the normal time they're supposed to die. I'll give a typical example. The typical example is red blood cell. Our red blood cell would live on the average of 120 days. So after 120 days, those would die off and you already have new one actually coming through. So when there is cancer, what that means is that cell will keep growing rapidly, that's one, and it will fail to observe what is called apoptosis, which is cell death, by those signals that would actually signal it to die, and that's what cancer is. So now talking about causes, the causes is quite convoluted. It ranges from food, environment, radiological exposure, and many more things. So I've quickly touched on cancer. I'm moving on again. So the bit I would like to talk about is the issue of blood pressure. So for those of us that have got a pen and a paper, I would like us to quickly write these. There are two sets of equations, which I know Dr. Dominic and others in the panel and probably our audience are equally familiar with. So the formula for blood pressure, which is BP, it's equals to CO. I'll tell us what that means. CO multiplied by SBR, and then CO. The second formula now is CO is equals to HR multiplied by SB. So the first formula, BP, which is blood pressure, which is equals to CO. The CO means cardiac output. So talking about the cardiac output is the volume of blood that is actually pumped out or ejected from the heart, more appropriately, the right chamber of the heart per minute. So when we then multiply that by the SVR is the systemic vascular resistance. So the systemic vascular resistance are the resistance to the flow of blood in the arterioles, peripheral arterioles especially. So that's those arteries, cardiac arteries in our lower limbs. So that's the formula for blood pressure. Then the CO, like I said, is equals to HR. HR is heart rate, which we all know the heart rate is over a minute, is the number of times the heart beat in 1 minute. And then SV is the stroke volume. The stroke volume is the volume of blood that is ejected or pumped out of the heart per beat, per singular beat of the heart. And that's why the cardiac output and the what's it called, the cardiac output is equals to the heart rate, which is over 60 seconds, multiplied by the systemic vascular resistance. So if we do understand this formula concerning blood pressure, we'll be able to control it well.
Okay, sir,
And
can you wait, please, before you go further? I need to give a disclaimer, please. You're giving that information. I think our viewers have the rights, please. This is we're just having a conversation. This is not a medical advice. Please, before you start anything, please contact your medical practitioner first. Please, before you start going to any regimen, anything, please contact your primary care physician. We're just having a conversation. This is not a medical advice. So to our viewers and our listeners, this is not a medical advice. We are just having a conversation. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
yeah, I didn't see that coming. You've actually lost my train of thought. So, yeah, I'm sure Dr. Damages had already displayed what you've just said. It's been on display on numerous occasions. So you've just only just distorted my chain of thought now. Okay, I'll try to get back into what I was trying to say. Anyway, I was just talking about the formula for blood pressure, and understanding those formula will give us a better understanding of how the blood is actually circulated around our body. And in terms of those people that are hypertensive, yes, I think it's CM or somebody asked about drinking water. It is most times not advisable to drink too much water when it is load. Most times it's towards the end of what's it called, of high blood pressure, when it's tending towards heart failure. But prior to that, doctors will try to control that so that they don't even get to that by giving what is called antidiuretics. So antidiuretics will help you to get rid of water from your system. And a typical example is furosemide, which I'm not sure what, I think it's got a brand name that Americans actually call it. So that's why you tend to see that most times doctors would give antidiuretics with what's it called, with blood high blood pressure medications. Okay, so I think that's all I have to say for now, Dr. Damages. Thank you for that.
All right, thank you, Shoei. Thank you so much. I know that there are a lot of people with a lot of medical background on the show, and people like us, we answer doctor for nothing. All right, let's go to Kulata.
Let's go with the hammer. Yeah.
Dominic, how you doing now?
I do okay.
Okay.
Just,
I have a lot of questions, but I'm just going to try and make it two. Now, let's talk about type 2 diabetes and insulin resistance. So there's not been a consensus in like the cause, the actual cause. But one thing is pretty clear, that it's not just a carbohydrate substrate problem. I follow the research a lot. It's more like it's an energy overload problem. Basically, processed foods allows the combination of carbohydrates and fats together. For example, pizza, ice cream. When you think about nature, the only food that nature provides that has sugar and fats together naturally is breast milk. And there's a reason God allowed you to wean off breast milk, because breast milk is supposed to be fed to a baby to grow fast, and then you wean the baby off to normal food. But we eat the equivalent of breast milk almost every day, with, loading carbs and fats processed together. Almost everything we eat is not, you will not find it in nature. So here's my question. Now, there's a link to ceramide as the source of the mitochondria of the cell not being able to respond to insulin signaling. So here's the thing. My question is, from the two biggest endocrine organs we have in the body, the muscle and the liver, where does the insulin resistance start first? Does it start with the liver first, or does it start in the muscle? That's my first question.
All right. So when I talk about insulin resistance, I try to make it as simple as possible, because at the end of the day, you have to think about the audience you're speaking with, right? If I had a team of medical doctors, I would talk about insulin resistance in a different manner versus if I'm speaking to someone who is a lawyer or someone who is, let's say, a trader. That's why I kept it very simple. I didn't want to go into deep stuff about insulin resistance and type 2 diabetes, which is obviously different from type 1 diabetes. For me, I haven't.
Yeah, type 2. Yeah,
I haven't really delved into like ceramides. I mean, I can read more into it, and like we can have this conversation at a later time, and also talk about the mitochondrial aspect of it. Where did you move? Oh, you're on the other side of the screen. For me, the critical thing is insulin resistance happens in multiple organs of the body. That's the first key thing that you have to understand. Now, whether or not it happens in the muscle first or in the liver first, I personally can't remember. That's something I can always look into and let you know. But the relevant thing is to understand what insulin resistance means and how it affects your body's way of breaking down sugars, and how, if you have risk factors that increase your insulin resistance, making it less likely that you're going to clear out the sugars or fats or whatever you want to describe, you're increasing your chances of ending up having a high A1C or end up having diabetes. I don't know if that answers your question, but some of what you mentioned, I have to kind of look into to give you a detailed answer.
Well, the reason I asked the question is kind of like for target, because most of the people, even listening to us, are walking around with pre-diabetes. I mean, anything A1C above 5.7 to wherever, depending on the country, 6.4 is pre-diabetes.
6.5.
Yeah.
Well, less than 6.5 is pre-diabetic. Anything 6.5
Yeah.
is diagnostic of diabetes, and I don't think it depends on the country. From us, it's a lot of the medical things are pretty standard. If I go to Nigeria, diagnosing diabetes is just
Europe has a different standard for A1C from what I found out.
But if you're using the term A1C and percentage-wise, it's always 6.5. If you want to use a different form of a different system that is not A1C, okay, there's other ways of testing for diabetes. But if you're using the term hemoglobin A1C, you have to use, and you're doing percentages, it's 6.5 and above.
I'll tell you the reason I asked that specific question. It's just because, like I said, most of us are walking around with A1Cs above 5.7. Not until you check, because there's no symptom at 5.7, 5.8. But from new research, they're saying side effects, kidney issues, atherosclerosis, circulatory problems start from pre-diabetes. That sometimes it takes 10 years. So in terms of like targeting, do people do more resistance training, or do they like watch out for liver? I mean, of course, liver fat buildup is bad. So the reason I asked was in terms of like lifestyle. Yeah.
Just so I actually wanted to give a disclaimer before starting this conversation on the show that I'm not here to offer medical advice. This is more of talking about, healthcare issues in affecting, Nigerians in the diaspora, and sort of touching on some of what may be happening in Nigeria as well, and kind of getting a better understanding of, just creating awareness of, there are health issues that are there, non-communicable diseases, which are diabetes, hypertension, high cholesterol, things that are not infectious, that are now starting to affect more of what we used to consider third world countries. That's what I wanted to sort of break down. So I don't expect anyone to take medical advice from what we're doing here. This is more of creating awareness. And thank you, Adama, for reminding us that we should have mentioned that in the beginning. Now, to move on to your question.
Okay, okay, continue. Sorry.
Maybe the best way to talk about it is to, you know about metabolic syndrome?
Of course.
Yeah. Okay. The best way to put it is just talk about metabolic syndrome. So there's a term which started in the I remember when I was doing research at EA back in 2012, the term hadn't quite stuck. But metabolic syndrome is a conglomeration of different parameters that, if you have all of them, ideally in a person, it would cause metabolic derangement, which would encourage what we call insulin resistance, and would encourage things that will eventually end up having you have kidney damage, heart attack, strokes. So things like, having diabetes, having high blood pressure, having what we call central obesity, having high cholesterol. These are terms that when you take them together, when someone has them, we say that person has metabolic syndrome. Because at the end of the day, you have to think about your body as a workshop. And for the different parts of the body to talk to each other and function well, you need to send chemical signals, right? And with the chemical signals, different parts of the body tell other organs what to do, what to break down, how to release byproducts, how to use energy, and how to store energy. When you have these particular diseases, it messes up the metabolism, and that is where the term metabolic syndrome comes from. So what Kulata is talking about is, if you're able to target or mitigate the metabolic syndrome, then you will lower your risk of having long-term side effects, long-term consequences arise, like kidney damage, heart failure. So when you control your blood pressure, you exercise, do resistance training, do what we call cardio training, increasing your heart rates, working out more, losing weight. When you lose weight, you break down some of the fats in your body, help with eating the healthier foods that will lower your cholesterol. Also, some of these things are quite complex to explain, but for some reason, when you exercise, it helps with you being able to have better insulin signaling or decreasing insulin resistance. And when you do that, your body is able to utilize oxygen, or you're able to utilize nutrients more. There's less chances of you being able to store fats in your thighs, in your legs, and things like that. So when you mitigate these factors by exercising, eating right, just living a healthier lifestyle, what ends up happening is that metabolic effect that you have these things cause, all those metabolic derangements starts to decrease. Your body is able to function the way it's supposed to function. The signal is able to happen the correct way, and so you decrease your chances of having stroke, kidney damage, and things like that. I think that's the best way for me to explain it. For people who are more medically savvy, I can delve more into it. If you want.
My follow-up question, so that people can ask, is related to this. So there's been a undeniable rise of non-communicable disease from the 50s to the 60s, and there's been a lot of research in terms of as calories increased, are people more sedentary. There's so many things, but there's also a theory that I'm particularly interested in, is the excessive omega-6 that we now consume, not balanced by omega-3. And what I'm talking to is seed oils. I think seed oils is now a thing now. So basically, when there's a lot of unsaturated fat, omega-6, and people are not countering it with fish and whatever source of omega-3, that because of the omega-6, especially the way it's produced in an industrial way, it creates chronic inflammation. Not transient inflammation. Not what's the other inflammation? It creates chronic inflammation, not the acute. Chronic inflammation, where your body is constantly inflamed because of the peroxidation chemistry. Of course, that did chemistry 30, 40 years ago. Still remember? Yeah. Now it is one of the reasons we're getting even insulin resistance. They are tying it to insulin resistance. They're tying it into many things. And one area too is that peroxidation could also, I mean, it affects almost every single thing in our body, including our, what's it called, our gut. And there's a massive connection between the gut and the brain that is causing a lot of mental issues. It's causing a lot of things. And from the peroxidation, it's also driving the intima, the blood vessels, to create what's called plaque. So do you see any merits to that case? I mean, the excess omega-6 that is all over the place. Any fast food you eat, you're just consuming a boatload of omega-6 in your body.
All right, so let me start this way. Actually, the current evidence now shows that omega-3 is not necessarily, eating omega-3 is not necessarily a bad thing, but if you're eating omega-3 to reduce cholesterol, the current evidence now that we have is that it doesn't really help lower cholesterol that much. You actually have to take medications that are called statins. I just want to preface with that. I don't know much about omega-6, omega-3 connection. That's something I can certainly look into and kind of discuss. But having the wrong, let me put it this way, there is good cholesterol and bad cholesterol. When you eat some of those
I'm not talking about cholesterol, because I'm talking about something even broader. The impact of peroxidation all over the body.
Yeah, I'm going to get to that. There's good fats and there's bad fats, right? The good fats are able to flow through your body. They're able to be incorporated into cells. They're part of, very good metabolism. When you have the wrong kind of fats in your body, they can encourage what we call inflammatory response. They can encourage what we call free radical production. And when you have free radical production, radical production, it exacerbates. When you have free radical production, it essentially causes cell damage. When you have cell damage, you have DNA damage, and some of those things can end up, if the body doesn't clear it, that will end up encouraging cancer. I think that's where you were trying to take things. Increasing free radicals. Peroxidation is part of the subset of free radicals. So essentially, part of what can happen is if you have a high inflammatory response from eating the bad fats, and you have a lot of free radical formation, and it happens in the cells, endothelial cells or the intima, like you mentioned, what it ends up doing is encourages atherosclerosis, building up of plaque, which is going to end up raising your blood pressure, raises your risk of having stroke. But in terms of omega-6 itself, I have to read more into it.
Okay, I'll go back to my comment section now.
I know much about omega-6, so that's something I have to kind of read up on, and I'll let you know.
I have more questions, but let me go. If there's more chance, I'll come back. But let me go back to my home.
If you come next week, I'll because what I'm probably going to do is read some papers about omega-6, sort of see if there's what the literature said about omega-6 and omega-3, and then we can just maybe talk about it for a few minutes next week.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. So before half of talk is in Europe, there's a question for you about weed. It's from Ovier. You're talking about omega-6 and omega-7. What about omega?
Oh, that's not here now.
Omega weed. So it's from Ovier as the omega weed. We hear. What do you guys from Africa think about medical marijuana? Is it? Are they playing with in the West where they're making it legal, or is it a real thing?
Yeah, I know. So whenever I give talks, I always, like I said, I always sample the audience and sort of see where they're at. Some people tend to be on a higher level, so if you want to talk biochemistry, we can talk about that. But just understand that I would always talk less biochemistry, because I feel like a lot of people here may not understand some of what we're talking about. But Kulata, I'm always happy to have some of those biochemistry, biomedical conversations with you anytime, any day. So weed. I have to be very judicious in how I talk about this.
Just have quiet.
No, Dr. Dominic is legal in New York, so
but the people here, everyone here is not from New York.
Okay.
Some people are in Nigeria.
Sorry, Dr. Dominic.
They smoke the weed and they'll get arrested. So
please go ahead. Prime Minister Trudeau won election by promising weed, which he confirmed. So go ahead.
Okay, here's the best way to put it. Smoking things that affect your brain negatively it's not a good thing. I'll give you this example. One of my classmates, he's African American. So hopefully he probably will never watch this show in his lifetime. So maybe I'm hoping to use this example. He's a pediatrician somewhere in the South. I won't say much, but he told me that he's gonna he stopped smoking because it was just slowing him. So we're in medical school. And I don't want people to think that medical students or doctors are not like other regular human beings. I have classmates who are smoking weed. I remember, when I went to a couple of parties, guys who are medical, students who are smoking weed. But I don't smoke weed, so I'm not interested in that. But this year I was like, man, I'm gonna stop smoking weed though. The thing is just making me so slow, bro. Like I'm not able to study well, and he got affected a little bit, with some of his exams, failed it, a few here and there. Ended up, I think, repeating a year. I'm not saying
it's weed synonymous with smoking only.
No, I'm not saying the weed that caused it. I'm not saying.
No, my question is because you've been using smoking as a word. So is weed synonymous with smoking?
You guys are pushing and pushing. Okay.
Professor,
you can take weed in multiple ways. You can either smoke weed, you can either take put in essential oils or whatever. You can put weed in as cookie inside cookie. You can even make soup with weed. It doesn't matter the way you do it. The fact that this is a substance that alters the way that your brain processes information, makes you slow, and affects how you do certain activities, I think is something that that's important to at least make you not to continue doing it. Like my friend, he said it makes him sluggish. I don't know if that contributed to him maybe not passing his exams, repeating a year in medical school. I don't know if that was part of it. But he himself, I didn't even volunteer the question. He said, oh, bro, I've been smoking weed. That is slowing me down. Right? Now, smoking in general has its damaging effects on the lungs because the smoke stuns some of the cells that are supposed to help you clear out the mucus. And when you don't clear out mucus, all that bacteria stays and sits in the lungs, ends up causing you pneumonia. So whether you smoke cigarette or you smoke weed, similar effects. So it is a smoking part of it that is a danger. Obviously, there's THC versus cannabinoid. Some of those things have health implications. For example, people that have, untreatable cancer, they're having issues with sleeping and need some kind of level of relaxation. I believe you can give them some of those substances, I think THC, to help them kind of calm down. So if it's medical marijuana, I have no issues with medical marijuana when you use it in the right situation. But if you're using it for leisure, smoking weed for leisure, that's where I tend to put the break. So weed is not all bad. It depends on what you're using the weed for. If you're using the weed for leisure, I'm not a big proponent of it. If you're using it for medical reasons and it's refined and it's prescribed by a certified healthcare professional who understands the effects and feels like you need it for certain things, for example, if you have cancer pain, then that makes sense. That's how I'm going to. So it depends on the context. I know that wasn't the answer you're looking for, Chief, but that is the best way to answer your question. Did I try?
No. So because I have people get slow. But I know people who take weed and everything looks small before them. They are, they are high. They are not slow.
Because it alters the way that you think. Your fellow human being.
Well, it depends. It depends on the strain too. Like there's indica and then there's sativa. So there are certain ones that you probably.
I'm not smoking. Don't get me wrong.
I don't smoke either, but I know about it. So
everybody's denying. Everybody's denying. They don't smoke weed. They don't eat weed. They don't do weed.
No, I don't smoke.
But Dr. Dominic, while you're talking about smoking, can you talk about what do they call it? Shita? That thing they put in their mouths, they put flavor. What is it called?
Vaping? Vaping?
Not vaping. You know this one they have lounge bars for.
Oh, hookah.
It's called hookah. Thank you. Yes.
I don't know what they put in hookah.
That's the worst.
I don't know what they put in hookah. Shisha, and there's one that they.
Hookah is
when I was living in London. There's one. I was living in London. There was the one that the Somalians would smoke. I don't even know what they call it.
It's called cat.
Cat. Okay,
cat? You say it's called what? Cat.
KHAT.
The tweet.
Yeah, the truth. Yeah. See, my thing is any substance that is psychedelic affects the way that you think is not helpful. It alters the way your brain signals, and you become addicted to those things. Those things are not good for your health. Psychologically, it's not good for you. And I think over time, it's probably gonna end up altering the way that you think and the way your brain works. I'm one of the doctors who's always be wary of those things. Some doctors may say it's fine to use weed. If I feel there's a medical reason for it, you have cancer that is not curable, and you're probably gonna die in like a few months, and you feel like you need to have the THC part of it medically prescribed, that's why you can go for it. Even if there are patients who have life expectancy is very short and they decide to smoke weed, I mean, who am I to tell them not to smoke weed? If you're going to die in a year, in 2 months, and you want to be smoking weed, I will feel bad being the doctor to tell you to stop smoking weed, because what's the point? You're going to die anyway. If the weed calms you down, perhaps it's not such a bad thing. That's the best way to put it.
All right, let's continue. Half of Turkey is in Europe.
No more weed questions. No more weed questions.
No.
I'm just
what's up, Dominic, man? Nice to see you again.
Likewise.
What's up, Rudolph?
Yeah,
but you know, some people going back into the weed talk. Some people actually, like arthritis, for example, they need it. Some people with certain mental issues actually needed to calm them down. So, but in the end, you're still right when you said if it's not medically prescribed for you, maybe you should avoid it. But that wasn't what I wanted to talk about. What I wanted to talk about was, well, Rudolph, I thought you was going to expatiate on the traditional aspects of medicine or science, the alternative medicine. You actually were leaning towards that. But what I thought, again, what Dominic was going to do, he first came out and said, you know, he leaned towards his professional understanding, Western medicine, but then also he said, you know, he's not averse to it if it works medically, and he believes in fasting, and he believes in prayer too. So that just discounts what I wanted to ask. But maybe if we have, maybe in the future, or maybe later in the show, if we talk about that, then I would like to give some insight into it, and we can have a discussion about alternative medicine, alternative sciences versus Western sciences.
Just to put it, just to clarify,
right?
I never said the non-medical things help or do not help. What I'm saying is, I am willing to entertain some of those things, so long as they don't in any way affect the patient's medical outcome. If a patient says, "I want to come about Babalawo to come and shake Ishaka," or I don't know what you call Yoruba, and after that, I'll go into surgery.
Right.
Okay, do that. But if you need to do it for 2 months, now I'm like, okay, bro,
that makes no sense.
Need surgery like tomorrow. But check on Ishaka. You're gonna check it all night. That's fine. So what we are taught professionally, especially even when we take professional exams, is allow for the patient's cultural and religious aspect of their life to take some level of role in their medical care, so long as it is to the point whereby it does not cause medical adverse effects. Right?
Mm-hmm.
If you tell doctor, oh, you know what, instead of taking insulin every day, I'm going to take insulin twice a week, and then for the rest of the week, I'm just going to pray to manage my sugar, then I will support you. But if you say, oh, doc, I'm going to pray the entire week, but I'm also going to take my insulin every day. Oh, go ahead. You can pray morning to night. That's fine.
Well, you got, because, okay, so like in places like Malaysia, for example, or say even in the Middle East or Indonesia, where they use like they have their traditional means or they have their Islamic prophetic medicine, they actually do mix both of them. So there's no way, it makes no sense to say just focus on this aspect of the prophetic medicine, except if people of like your calling or your training, Western medicine, say, listen, we cannot find anything wrong with you. And then you have this person, maybe they go home and they have a recurring medical problem, but they come to the hospital and the hospital is saying, we can't find anything wrong with you. Then I'm saying in those regions, or even in certain places in Africa, then you could all say, okay, let's focus on this. But the teaching is usually go for the Western medicine first, go for the science that is current right now. And if you cannot find any help there, then you
Now,
go for the alternative.
so I sort of get know what see where you're going. The current hospital I work in, the university hospital I work in, they don't practice alternative medicine, but something in the background.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who that is. I think it's half of Europe or half of Turkey.
Don't make me cough too much. I start coughing like crazy. Okay. The university hospital I work at, they don't do alternative medicine. But where I went to medical school in Washington, D.C., they have a whole department of integrative medicine where they try to not understand how traditional medicine, Eastern medicine, if you want to call it that, sort of supports the human body. And they try to use those things as adjuncts, just extra stuff that you can use to uplift the human person while you're trying to treat their disease. So thinking about things like aromatherapy, right? Things like acupuncture. The current evidence that we have for some of those things is some of those things actually have some good effects. But the problem we have is we don't know how they work. So for me as a physician, if I know acupuncture helps my patient relax, helps my patient's depression, I'm not going to discourage the patient from getting acupuncture. If they're getting acupuncture and they're taking their medication for depression, and maybe for some reason they stopped taking the medication without my consent, and for 6 months they've been getting acupuncture and they feel better, I actually may not put them back on that depression medication. If they feel like the acupuncture, since they start getting acupuncture, they feel much better about themselves. There's something called a nocebo effect and a placebo effect. And it just means that, what's the best way to explain it? Sometimes, okay, for example, if someone gives you, if someone has a headache and you give them Panadol or paracetamol, it's going to help their headache. But for some other people, you may lie and give them a sugar pill, and they'll think it's a Tylenol, and they'll think it's a paracetamol or Panadol. And after and because they believe this is Tylenol, after like 30 minutes, the headache goes away. It is not because the sugar pill or the fake something you give them cured the headache. It is because they actually believed that this is Tylenol, and traditionally Tylenol will cure headache. So that's a placebo effect, right? So some of these things we're thinking work based on placebo, not because by their own merit that they actually physically cure you, but the belief that you think that they will cure you for some reason makes you feel better. Now, obviously, it is not very well scientifically understood. So from our perspective, if something seems to be helping, I am not going to be against it. Some physicians are more hardline and they'll be like, this is total nonsense or total BS. I am more of a middle path where I'm like, okay, you're doing acupuncture, you're feeling better. Okay, I may decrease the dosage and we'll see how it works. Because some of those things, mental health also affects your physical health. There's some people that people know the heartbreak syndrome. For example, you hear in a town that someone's husband died, and a week later the wife died. Right? Because let's say, for example, the husband died and the wife was so stressed out that her heart became stressed and gave out. We call that the Takasubo cardiomyopathy, whereby the heart just balloons and gives out. It mostly happens in women, but we've still not been able to understand the physiology of how it happens. but we know for some reason heartbreak syndrome just happens and the person suffers a heart attack, right? Some of those things are more psychological things that we can't really explain. So there's a connection between the mental health and the physical body, right? So that's why I would never discourage alternative medicine. But where I would draw the line is making sure alternative medicine has some level of regulation so people don't misuse it, right? So if you want to practice acupuncture, government has to step in, register you, make sure that you have a sterile studio where you're doing acupuncture. The pins that you're using are not rusty. Those things are important because guess what? It can also cause infection from acupuncture. So for me, if it's well regulated and patient seems it's working, maybe it's having a nocebo effect or placebo effect, I would not discourage it. But if you're taking that solely as your medical regimen, that's where I'm going to become a little iffy. But if I see it's working for you for things that are very benign, then if the aromatherapy is helping you with being able to sleep, I'm not going to discourage you. Some people, they have this aromatherapy, they have candles or whatever, good smell, essential oils. When they smell it, helps them sleep better, relax. Okay, I may stop giving you sleep medication if it's working for you. So why would I be against that? That's how I think about it. You know, you don't
but hopefully, we'll have cause to delve deeper because it's way deeper than.
Absolutely, I made it very simple.
We're African, so I mean, you will understand what.
Like someone said, you know, we're here to tell the people, to educate the people who sell akara on the street, not the professor.
All right.
We're advanced.
Thank you. I know that Dr. Dominic is now feeling very well, so I don't know how long he wants to stay, but I think we can get.
I forgot myself because I was just enjoying this conversation so much. I forgot I have the flu, but I've been putting this thing not to suit my throat.
All right, so we take at least the people here. I have two more questions from the comments or other places. So
I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna get water while you guys are talking. I need water to suit my throat.
Okay. All right. Okay. Richard, you're next. Richard. You're muted. He has a note. Okay. Richard, you're muted. Unmute yourself. I didn't mute you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I have two questions. One, I mean, high blood pressure now, 145, 76, 85 for a man of 59. Is it that high? I repeat, 147, 145, 76, 85 at the age of 59. Second one is the doctor mentioned about pure water. What is the difference between pure water and the water that we drink from the tank? Because in Nigeria, most of the water are from the tank, overhead tank. So is there any difference between the plastic one, I mean this little pure water, and that one? And again, please, doctor, what is the best medicine for a high blood pressure patient? What is the best medicine you would recommend? Again, what's the difference between animal fat and nuts, fat from the nuts, animal fats and fat from the nuts? Finally, my nephew is a patient cancer. He has colon cancer, and he has done 4 chemotherapy as we speak. The first one and the second one, he had a blood infusion because the blood was not enough. But this third and fourth one now, the blood is okay. So he didn't check any blood infusion before getting the chemotherapy. What could be what happened? Because every time, the first and the second, we had to buy almost 3 pints of blood, but the third and fourth, we did not buy blood. What could be the cause? Thank you.
All right. So there's some medical, some of this to push me towards medical advice, which I am not going to delve into.
Please don't.
I'm sorry to hear about your family member who has colon cancer. It's a very terrible thing. And just a quick public service announcement: colon cancer is starting to happen in much younger population. 40s, 30s. We know about the guy who acted Black Panther. He had colon cancer while he was doing the movie, and many of us didn't know. And he was very thin, and people were making fun of him that he's losing weight. They didn't know he had cancer, and eventually he passed away. So, screening. I don't know what the medical situation is in Nigeria, but here in the US, we screen people for colon cancer. We get colonoscopies where you get to check how the colon looks. You see if there's any outgrowths, which are called polyps, and you can always test them to see if there's signs of cancer, test the cells. But yeah, there's that aspect. Depending on what professional society that you talk to, most societies, the conglomeration of the thoughts are anywhere between 45 to around 50, 55 years of age, just a broad range, depending on which organization that you think about. Like I said, if you live in the Western world and you have means for colon cancer screening, colonoscopies, please make sure that you're screened for, if you're at least 45 years of age, 50, 55, you should start thinking about getting your first colonoscopy. Very easy to do. You do your bowel prep. Takes roughly about 20 to 25 minutes to do it. And then you don't have to, do it again for another 10 years. Now, if you have signs of precancerous cells, they may call you back to do it in like a year or two, sometimes in 5 years. That's that part. To talk about some of the things that may cause you to have low blood count, well, if you're having chemo and radiation, chemo is very harmful to the body. So chemo indiscriminately kills cells. So while you're killing the cancerous cells, you're also affecting the bone marrow. The bone marrow is where you make the blood cells. And for people like Kulata who likes me breaking down the physiology of stuff. So the kidney produces erythropoietin, which is a hormone. Erythropoietin goes from the kidney through the blood to your bone marrow, and it tells the bone marrow, make red blood cells. And then you make cells that are precursor cells. Eventually, the precursor cells become red blood cells. If you're giving chemo, it's going to affect the health of the bone marrow. It's going to end up taking more time to replace the blood cells that you're taking out. Like I think Shoei said it, someone said it, the lifespan of the blood cell lasts 120 days, which is about 3 months. It's constantly turning over. And so if you are not replacing them as fast as they're being taken out, the net effect is that you have what is called anemia. And so chemo can sort of create that situation, which is why your nephew or your family member may end up requiring blood transfusion. Now, I think the rest of your question were bordering on medical advice. What I will tell you is, I'm going to ask you this question. Do you have a primary care doctor?
Actually, the young man is in Nigeria, but I live in Germany. So yeah,
So the blood pressure values you mentioned, are those for yourself or for
myself? Yeah, for myself. Yeah.
Do you have a primary care doctor?
Yeah, yes, I do check abdominal pain, but is there any because it doesn't get lower than 145?
Okay.
145, 76.
Okay. Here's how I'm going to answer your question. Certain blood pressure medications lower your blood pressure by about 10 points. Some just by the nature of how they work, lower blood pressure only mildly. Some by the nature of how they work, lower blood pressure very quickly. And with a very high delta or very high, sorry, I'm using medical terms, lowers it by a very high margin. Right. For some others, when you increase the dosages, you're able to help manage the blood pressure. The reason why it's dangerous to answer your question and tell you what medication to take is this. One, I don't know what other medical conditions you have. For certain patients that are older, I'm not calling you old, and depending on some of the risk factors that they have, you may not want their blood pressure to be what we consider normal. So for example, someone who is 70 years old has atherosclerosis, and the blood vessels are thicker and stiffer. Having 130/80 may not be enough to send blood around the body. They may need to have higher pressure, because guess what? You are pushing against the resistance. And so you need to increase the pressure. So for that person, I may say, you know what, Oga, if I lower you to 130, you're going to be passing out. Your body is used to 160, 170. Maybe I can lower you to 140. Just to the point where you still have a reasonable amount of lower, close to range normal blood pressure, but not low enough that you'll be passing out. So your body is used to a higher pressure. So it's context, which is why I can't answer your question and tell you, because I don't know what your medical situation is. But I will tell you this. Amlodipine is one of those medications that I will give to patients if I don't want to knock down their blood pressure by a lot. Now you have to talk to your doctor and see what your baseline blood pressure is. And based on that, know if the doctor wants to lower your blood pressure by a higher margin or lower it by a lower margin. But amlodipine tends to be the ones that we'll give if you want to lower it by a lower margin, or what we call a delta, the difference. If I wanted to knock someone very, very low, I probably would give them, may start off with amlodipine and then give them something that's more stronger, or I may just give amlodipine altogether and just give them something that would knock it high, very low. That's the best way I can answer your question. But you need to talk to your primary care doctor.
Thank you, Doc.
All right, thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Who is speaking?
This show is speaking.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So, amlodipine obviously is a calcium channel blocker, and it's one of the first line antihypertensive medication that would normally be given to patients. So, for Richard, what I would tell you, I'll give you an advice, which it is in line with what your doctor is telling you to do. Please do not stop taking the medication you are taking currently. However, you should take your blood pressure 3 times a day. Take it 1 in the morning once you wake up. Take it in the afternoon and take it at night. Please kindly do that for 2 weeks. That's good. Keep the record. Record it for 2 weeks consistently, and then go back to your doctor for a review so that you could actually see what your blood pressure is like in conjunction with the medication you are taking. One of the reasons why it's very difficult for Dr. Dominic to advise you is because he's not your doctor. He doesn't know your medical history. He's not seeing what you are saying. He doesn't have that history. But take your blood pressure consistently for 2 weeks, 3 times a day, first thing in the morning, in the afternoon, and at night for 2 weeks. Then
No,
take it
sir,
back to your
sir,
doctor.
can you stop, please? Because can you stop?
Adama, hold on.
No.
You're doing this again. You're doing this again.
Adama, hold on. Shall we finish up? I sent you a message on the comment section, shall we? So later on. Not the comment,
Okay,
the private chat.
Let me step in.
Thank you.
Let me step in. I think this will kind of, calm down the situation. If someone were to approach me on the street and tell me, doctor, I'm taking blood pressure medication and it's not getting me to the goal that I want, the first thing I would ask them is, do you have a blood pressure monitor at home? That's the first question I would ask them. If they say they have it, I would say, okay, do you know how to use the machine? And then they'll show me how to use the machine. I'll say, okay, before you use the machine, do you try to relax yourself for like maybe 10 minutes or so, nice deep breaths? Do you sit down properly with both of your feet on the ground, your hands relaxed, nice deep breaths? Do you put the blood pressure monitor cuff properly? And then do you have someone else kind of assist you? You don't always need someone to assist you, but just sort of the basic questions on how they take the blood pressure. When you get a sense that they're doing it the correct way, then you tell them, okay, do you understand what the numbers mean? And then they say yes or no. If they understand what numbers mean, then you tell them, okay, do you know what your goal is based on what you discuss with your doctor? They would say yes or no. If they say, for example, that they know what the goal is, I would say, okay, now we've established a baseline. Secondly, how many medications are you on? Maybe like one or two. I say, okay, has your doctor increased it recently? If they say yes, then I say, okay, maybe it's not adequate. You should go back to your doctor and have that doctor discuss with you. One thing I always tell my patients who have difficulty managing their pressure is you have to be able to check your blood pressure at home. If you're not checking your blood pressure at home, it's hard to manage blood pressure because when you come to clinic, you only have, in America, things are a little rushed, but you have about 15 to 20 minutes to talk to me. Sometimes you may have about 30 minutes to talk to me, right? And if you're taking the blood pressure at home, it makes it easier for me. So I sort of understand where Shoei is saying, even though I don't, or I may not agree with his method, I sort of get what Shoei is saying. Because for my patients, I will always tell them, take your blood pressure at home for about 2 weeks, come back to me and show me the numbers, and based on that, I can make changes. But you have to be careful when you give medical advice on public forum. But so what I would tell you is go back to your doctor, but make sure that you have the blood pressure monitor at home, and as you're taking your blood pressure and you're writing it down, so that when you go to your doctor, you're giving him data for him or her to use to advise you. Making sure that when you're taking the blood pressure, you're also taking your medications. If you're checking blood pressure every day, but you're not taking the medication they gave you, then how is it not going to make changes?
No. It's not working that way. Yeah.
That's the best way to answer your question.
Thank you, Doc.
Right.
So what of the pure water something? You mentioned of pure water, and then and the one we drink overhead tank. What's the difference?
Well, I mean, I'm not an environmentalist or toxicologist, but from my perspective, pure water is. I think the issue I have with pure water is because of the plastic that is in. Because the plastic, when sunlight hits it and it heats up, some of the phthalates that are in the plastic, they used to make the plastic durable, leaches into the water, and that can be harmful and carcinogenic. The ones in the tank, I mean, sometimes the tank is painted, sometimes the tank is rusted. Similar situation, some of those things go into the water and you drink it. So, honestly,
the tank is also plastic, the GP or what they call them over there.
Yeah, the tank. I mean, not all plastics have phthalates, but from my perspective, from my experience, many of the plastic have phthalates in there because phthalates is some of what you use to harden and make it durable. So, if the tank has phthalates, maybe it leaches into the water, and some of what you're drinking may have phthalates in them. So that's the best way to answer your question.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Richard.
But see your primary care doctor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I just this is a question from AB. He wanted me to ask you, how does fasting help? That's his number one question. And number two is, why are soldiers asked not to why do we ask soldier to plant your head while you're serving? Why do they tell them to plant their hair while they're serving in the military? I guess he's talking about back home. I don't know if militaries, that's the question for you.
Plant? You mean like placing their hair?
Yes, he said plants. He wrote plants.
I don't think
plants their hair. Why on training? Why they're training? Why are they asked? Why are soldiers back home asked to do that?
Oh, I'm not sure I understand the question, but let me answer the first one, which is, does fasting help? I mean, this is something very, very controversial. Some people would say, if you fast, it helps. If you fast, it doesn't help. The way I think about it, and I'm going to give you from personal experiences. When I was doing, when I first started my medical residency in the US, it was very high stress. I didn't really have time. When I work nights, it's kind of hard to know when to eat. I gained a lot of weight. Some of you, if you go back and watch Dr. Damages 2 years ago when I was there, I looked different. I look way different from the way I am now. And then at some point I realized, okay, this is not healthy. You add a lot of weight. Let's work on a way to decrease the weight. So I said, okay, I'm going to do intermittent fasting. Well, let me not say intermittent fasting. Because intermittent fasting, I feel like, is just more of a quick regimen and you stop it. I said, okay, I grew up eating 3 meals a day. And at some point in my teenage years, our family started eating 2 meals a day. And I got used to it. So it became natural for me. Like, I don't eat 3. If I eat 3 meals a day, I feel so bloated. My body became used to it. right? No 2 meals a day. We started in Nigeria before I came to the US. It was working. It was natural for us. And then fast forward to me being in the US many years later. I'm a physician, and I said, okay, I noticed I'm adding weight. So I said to myself, I probably should not do intermittent fasting because it's not sustainable. So I may do it today, and then tomorrow I binge eat. So what I told myself is, you know what? I'm going to do something a little different, something that is more consistent, which is I eat 1 meal a day, one heavy meal a day, one normal meal a day. I don't eat breakfast because I feel like I'm already bloated from like the dinner I had. I eat somewhere around the brunch time. I eat just a little bit of snack, and then around like 3 or 4, I eat one heavy meal, and then usually I go to bed around like 10. But I noticed that when I eat heavy meal around 4 or 5, because I know my body well, by the time it goes to bedtime 8, 9, I'm still full. I don't feel bloated, but I feel comfortable enough that my food has partially digested. I can go to bed not feeling hungry. I don't need to eat dinner. So I know what works for my body. So part of the process of knowing whether or not intermittent fasting works for you is knowing your body. For me, what works is 1.5 meals a day, a snack at brunch time, and a big meal around 3 or 4 p.m. And for me, it worked. I went from, I'm not going to measure my weight, but I lost 13 pounds in like a month, right? Remember, I'm very busy. I'm working nights. Sometimes when I work nights, it kind of regresses. But at least 13 points, that's pretty significant for someone who is very busy and working 6 times a week. You only have 1 day off, right? So for me, I feel like you should figure out what works for you. But I feel like the regimen you should do is something that's consistent. Think about weight loss as changing your paradigm of thinking. Like for me, when I started this whole 1 meal a day with snack at brunch time, I didn't think of it as a weight loss strategy. I thought of it as a lifestyle change. I'm already used to eating 2 meals a day. So what I told myself was, rather than eat breakfast, push the breakfast down a little bit towards 11, 12. So technically it covers breakfast and lunch, but eat less of it so you're able to function at work. And then towards the later part of the day, when you're feeling a little tired, work is about to close, you can eat a heavier meal around 4 or 5. By the time you get home, it's starting to digest. By around like 9, 10, when you're going to sleep, it's mostly digested, but you're still not hungry. So I sort of worked out what works for me. And I made it a lifestyle change. So it's now part of my everyday life. So I've been doing that since November, December. So about 2, 3 months, it's become part of my lifestyle.
So I have one more question for you before you finish.
Instead of just like, in Igbo we say Tigos of weight, you just do something in short bursts. Okay, well, let's do intermittent fasting for like 2 weeks. And then I'm not losing weight, you give up. No, find something sustainable, something little. Start working your way up. The only reason why this worked for me was because I'm used to eating 2 meals a day from like my teenage years. If I'm still used to eating 3 meals, what I would have done is switch to two meals a day, because that's more realistic. And what you have to think about is not how dramatic or how crazy your regimen is. What is important is your regimen giving you less calorie than what you're originally eating? Because when you think about weight loss, don't think of it as a quick sprint like Usain Bolt. Think of it as a marathon that Ethiopians run. Because for me, if I thought about losing 13 pounds in 1 week, 2 weeks, I will get stressed. I will go to the gym, work out for like, I've done all those things. I went to the gym like a year ago, was working out like a crazy person. And then I lost motivation. But guess what? Now I don't go to the gym. I work out, I do calisthenics at home. I taught myself to do calisthenics. I first used an app, figured out the resistance exercises, the cardio exercises. So what I do every day is I made a behavioral change. For me, whenever I'm at home on holiday or like I'm off, I never eat without exercising. So in my brain, it is inbuilt that before I eat brunch, if I'm at home, if I eat brunch, if I was watching this show, what I would have done is when Damages starts around 12:30, what I'll do is I will listen to Damages, exercise do my calisthenics for like 25 minutes, and then I'll eat. For me, I tied eating to calisthenics. If I'm at work, that's fine. I may do my calisthenics early in the morning, because after I do calisthenics, I'm more energized. and then I go to work, I eat my brunch time meal around 11 or 12. If I'm too busy, I don't do calisthenics, I'm too tired in the morning, I still eat my normal brunch, short, very small food. Then what I will do is I'll eat the heavy meal around 4 or 5. And what I've noticed is when I get home and I do calisthenics around 7 or 8, I'm still fine. I don't get hungry. I just sweat more, and I maybe may stay awake till maybe 11, which is still not bad because I still get 7. I still get, around 7 to 8 hours of sleep. So you have to figure out what works for you and do things in a very gradual manner, in such a way that it becomes a lifestyle that is manageable. If you rush things and you do things that are very crazy, you lose motivation very quickly. So think about lifestyle change instead of a quick fix that people think about. Because most people by February would have lost all those lifestyle changes that are trying to make, like quick exercise here and there, intermittent fasting. No. It has to be a gradual mentality change.
So another thing I wanted to ask you, Dr. Damage, I'm sorry, this is personal, since you said you couldn't answer the second one. If you were given, if you wanted to be a specialist, this is personal now, what specialist will you be? And in terms of surgeon, what area will you focus on? I'm an anesthesiologist married to a neuro, so what specialty will you focus on?
Am I to a neurologist or neurosurgeon?
Neurosurgeon.
Okay. So you didn't see him for 7 years? Nah, joke. Yeah. Are you in the US?
Of course.
So neurosurgery. So just to give a quick explanation to people here who are Nigerians or not in the American system. In the US, we have very few medical schools do what we do in Nigeria, which is you finish secondary school, you go to you go straight to medical school. If you do that, we call it a BSMD, which means they're combining a bachelor's with your medical studies, and it takes about 6-7 years, similar to Nigeria. If you do what most American medical schools do, which is you get your bachelor's degree, your first degree, 4 years, clean, neat, and done. If you want to go to medical school, you now study, take an exam, and then go to medical school separately again, additional 4 years. So that was what I did, the traditional route. 4 years, I obtained a degree in biology, worked as a research scientist for about 3 years, then applied to the exam, and then went to medical school for 4 years plus additional 2 years of research fellowship. So that's more. So what I was saying is, when you finish medical school, Nigeria is a little bit different. When you finish medical school, you get your medical degree, your medical license, you're now a medical doctor. But you have to choose a field of study. The big main branches are, it's either you go into what we call surgical specialty, which means you do surgery. There are multiple types of surgery. You can be an ophthalmologist, you can be a neurosurgeon, surgery of the brain, you can be a transplant surgeon, you can be what we call a general surgeon, you can be a cardiothoracic surgeon who does open heart surgery or bypass surgery. That's surgery. Or you can go into psychiatry, which is taking care of the mind. You can go into pediatrics, which is taking care of kids. You can go into obstetrics and gynecology, which is taking care of pregnant ladies and women's health. You can go into internal medicine, which is everything else. So what I do is internal medicine, which is general practice, which is everything else besides everything I talked about. So if you're not a surgeon, you're not taking care of kids or women's health or pregnant ladies or a psychiatrist, then you're more what is called an internal medicine, which is a mixed bag of everything else left. So neurosurgery residency, which is additional training you do to become a brain surgeon after you finish medical school in America, it takes 7 years. That's one of the highest in America. The training that I did, which is internal medicine, is 3 years. That's why we make a joke that most neurosurgeons, by the time they finish, are almost nearing 40. And most of them, the hours that they work are so crazy that they barely see their wives and kids. And
I can testify to that.
Forget their wife's name and their kid's name. That's why I made that joke. I hope it now makes sense.
No. Because when you tell people, when I tell people I went to school for 12 years, they look at me, 12 years. Are you sure? Like, I don't know why they question it. I don't know the medical system in Nigeria. I don't know anything about how Nigeria works. So what will you say our government, because I notice a lot of our people, when they come from back home, is either they're internal medicine or general medicine. They don't go into specialty. So why is that?
You have to remember they are what is called IMGs, international medical graduates. The American medical system is discriminatory. If you're an international medical graduate, there's a bias to not take you in very competitive fields like neurosurgery, cardiology, gastroenterology, those heavier ones, because they want to leave that for American grads. They prefer American grads. It's just the other fields where they need a lot of people, like orthopedics. Thank you, orthopedics. It's so America, the international grads already know that those are very competitive. So when they come in, some of them, if they don't come with a very high heavy CV or have connection to somebody who is already in a hospital or in a program, most of them settle for the things that are easier to get, which is internal medicine, pediatrics, maybe OBGYN. I know doctors here who already trained back home, like in China or in Nigeria, and they come here and they end up just going into internal medicine. I actually know a nurse here who was a doctor back home in this country in Africa. I can't remember which country, I think it was Ghana, and came here, had kids to take care of. He can't go and start redoing things again. He's like, oh boy, let me just do accelerated nursing program a year and a half and just start earning money. I mean, I talk to him once now. I'm like, oh boy, you still go do training. He's like, nah, guy, I have to feed my family. You understand? I don't have a family to take care of, so it's easy on me. But my own is different because I went to medical school here. But if I was in America, if I was an international grad, it would be easier for me to be like, okay, I don't have a family to hold me back. I can maybe keep pushing 2-3 years. There are people who come here and it takes them 4-5 years to get medical residency, and they end up having to work menial jobs, maybe sell something in the shop, drive Uber, or maybe while they're doing research projects and volunteering, and also just so they can maintain that medical aspect in their CV. Because if you have a huge gap in your medical CV, it's a huge issue when you apply to medical residencies. So that's why most people end up choosing the things that are easier to get into. Psychiatry also, if you're an international medical graduate, it's easier to get into psychiatry. But cardiology, GI, orthopedics, for where?
All right.
Unless you know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody.
Now you have heard it now, damn.
Thank you. Let's Janaba has allowed Kulata to ask another question. So Kulata, go ahead.
Sorry, Janaba, thanks. Quick question. I'll pass an opinion and a quick question. First, in opinion, I think the American medicine, it's just for defensive. There's no attempt to cure. I think it's just built for profitability. It's just to manage symptoms for the rest of the person's life. But that's Kulata's personal opinion. Now, the future of medicine, there's something called gene editing, CRISPR technology, that people think doctors will be playing God. Do you have any ethical opinion about CRISPR gene editing? Do you think you'll be playing God? Or do you think if they start removing genes that maybe cause cancer or diabetes, you guys will not make money in the future? So what's your opinion? What's your opinion about gene editing?
You know, if they ask me this question, you're supposed to look me eye to eye. This man. It's fine. I can answer questions on CRISPR. CRISPR, I think when I was first or second year of undergraduate in my first year was when CRISPR started becoming like a big deal. And then when I worked as a researcher, some of the labs are using CRISPR. CRISPR is huge. CRISPR is awesome when it's used right. For me, CRISPR is amazing because guess what? When I want to do my experiments on Alzheimer, when I want to create a scenario of Alzheimer's disease, I have to use CRISPR technology. If I want to create a situation where a mouse has type 1 diabetes, I have to use CRISPR technology. Because what CRISPR does is it goes and snaps, cuts off, whatever, you're able to make it through the locked gene mechanism. I'm not going to go into able to cut out the parts that you don't want and what do you call it? Splice in whatever stuff you want in there. So it's amazing. You can do knockout mice of like different types of morphology. So essentially, to make it simpler, if I'm a researcher and I'm researching on people that have let me find a simple disease. People that have rheumatoid arthritis, for example, right? I want to use a mouse that has rheumatoid arthritis. How will I give rheumatoid arthritis? I would go and figure out which gene would make this patient would make this which gene that if I destroy it, it will make this mouse have all those knee pain and everything. CRISPR is sort of like a technology that has the scissors to go and cut out those parts and edit it so that this mouse, when the mouse grows up, it would have those symptoms. That's essentially what Kulata is trying to do. Is explain. It is good when it comes to experimentation. When you start using CRISPR in humans, that is when the ethical question comes in. Sickle cell is a disease of black people, mostly black people. Maybe Caribbeans as well, some Middle Easterners, people that have that kind of like, the best way to put it, people have some kind of affiliation with like the black race, whether it's mixed or not, mixed to some extent. Caribbean, just what we call equator belts. That's the best way to put it. South America, Brazil, across Atlantic, Africa, and then the Middle East. It's a disease that didn't have a cure for a very long time. But through CRISPR technology and gene editing, we're able to make edits that would be able to cure the patient. Right? Certain diseases, we use CRISPR. That's fine. My issue is when you use CRISPR to make changes to embryos so you can make your baby's color blue or make their hair golden. That's where
designer babies, yeah.
But if you're using CRISPR for experimentation to create mouse models of particular diseases, that's fine. If you're using CRISPR for gene editing to help cure incurable diseases that are genetic, for me, that's fine. When you start dabbling into embryonic changes, that's where I have issues. That's where I think the big ethical questions come in. But CRISPR in itself, by its own merit, is a very wonderful technology. It's when you misuse it, just like more people say money is evil. No, when you misuse money, you can use it to do evil things. When you have money, you can pay for things. You can have convenience, right? Money by its own merit is not an evil thing. It's what you do with the money that can become evil.
All right. Thank you.
Does that help? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. I'm out. My battery is dead now. Bye-bye.
All right.
Come back next week without the eyeglasses.
Okay, Janaba.
I'm surprised Kulata showed up.
Good evening.
Convincing?
Good evening, Rudy and Dr. Dominic. It's good to have you, Chim. Half of Turkey is in Europe. Okay, sure. And Richard, nice to meet you guys. Well, everybody's going to die anyway, just to maintain the pain until we die. So somebody die with respect and dignity. The life. Well, my personal question, and how do you see it, Dr. Dominic? How do you, in your life experience as a medical doctor, have opportunity to meet so many people? How do you see the life of men that are married and the ones that are not married? How do you see their lifestyle being different in terms of their health and otherwise?
Janaba, sir, it's only you that will ask this type of question. Either you or CM that will ask this type of question. So your question is basically, I know where you're heading with this. Are you saying when
your girlfriend will be very happy to hear that?
Is a girlfriend nearby? Okay. Basically, to everybody, what Mr. Maoga at the top, John Abba, is asking is happy wife, happy marriage, and single man, single woman, less stress. That's essentially what he's saying. Okay. I don't think you need to be a doctor to be able to answer this question. Personally, if you're a single person and you've attained or achieved what you want to do, what you want to attain in life, and you are comfortable and you have less stress, maybe because you don't have an extra mouth to feed. Okay. Anything that reduces stress is not such a bad thing. Anything that prevents stress is not such a bad thing. Now, guess what? On the flip side, there are people who attain all these things. They are single, but they're still not happy. They are depressed. They are lonely because they don't have a life partner. So maybe having a life partner, having a mouth to feed, having a higher sense of purpose and responsibility actually is a good thing for them. It makes them more relaxed, less depressed. So guess what? Having an extra person doesn't necessarily mean you're stressed. So it's all about mindset, right? Does that answer your question?
Quickly, if you have opportunity to serve in Nigerian head ministry, what will you do to change the detail of our health care system in Nigeria?
Do you want my honest answer or do you want my politically correct answer?
Anyone that you think God will forgive you for saying it.
First of all, if you make me that, I'm assuming you're asking, if you make me Minister of Health, for example, to make it simple, right? If you make me Minister of Health, you know what I'll do on day one? I'll tell my ministry, give me a list of, well, let's make it simple. I'll send out a memo to all the state departments of health. Draw up a list of all the hospitals you have. That's the first thing I will do. Because I can't address an issue if I don't know what we have. So start off first, let's know the amount of medical facilities we have. Right. The unfortunate thing is this is a question that can be answered. This is an issue that can be solved if we knew Nigeria's true census and where there's population density. Because in local governments that have high population density, that's where you need more healthcare facilities, maybe less in places that are sparse. For example, if I'm traveling like Ugwausa, like we say in Igbo, or like, somewhere in the middle belt or north, big swaths of land, barely anybody there. I won't just go and drop 3 hospitals. That's a waste of a resource. So first of all, let's know what we're working with. Every local government I call, or every state I call, the health minister or health commissioner should be able to tell me how many hospitals they have in every local government. Basic, at least federal medical facilities they have, or state medical facilities they have in every local government. That's the first thing I will tackle. Understanding what we have on the ground, and then we can start thinking of ways to change things. That is the first thing I will tackle. The second thing I will tackle is mindset change. When I talk about mindset, I'm talking about instilling in the Nigerian doctor and nurse that you are there to serve the patient. It's a level of love and a level of service, right? I think sometimes doctors can forget that they are there to serve the people. It's a privilege to serve. Before I touch any patient in my clinical hospital, I always ask them, is it okay if I examine you? And they say yes or no. If the patient tells me, no, you can't examine me. I've seen patients like, I'm like, okay, just so you know, you have this issue going on. I'm your physician for today. I want to examine you. You're refusing examination. Does that mean that you're refusing medical care? They say yes. I said, okay, I understand. But if you know that you stay in this hospital, I cannot help you. They say, I know. I leave them alone. I can involve the administrators to come and talk to the patient, but it's a privilege. So they have a right to say yes or no. So doctors have to understand that being a physician and taking care of somebody, remember, you're touching somebody's body. You're putting medication in somebody's body. It's not your body, it's someone else's body, right? So you need that person's permission. So it's a privilege if that person allows you to take care of them. So I always have to humble myself and remind myself, I'm not doing this because somebody twisted my arm and said, go and treat the patient. I'm doing it because I feel like I have something to contribute. And when I take up patients, the patients are happy and they thank me and smile, I'm like, okay, thank God I made a difference in this person's life. Well, every once in a while I have 1 or 2 patients who are like, you know what, doctor, you're an asshole. Excuse my language. I'm like, I apologize. Maybe I didn't do exactly what you wanted me to do. For example, some people are like, doctor, I think taking this medication has this side effect. I'm like, okay, yes, all medications have side effects. But what I'm trying to do here is balance between side effects and the massive benefits it will give you. And that is called informed decision. So before I do anything, I tell patients, here's the medication, here are the side effects, here's the evidence. Out of 1,000 people that take this medication, 2 people may have side effects. Do you want to, because of those 2 people that have side effects, forget the benefit that it gave 98 patients or 998? I can't remember. For example, if I said 1,000, then 998 people benefited from this medication without side effects, 2 people have side effects. Do you want, because of the 2 people, not to gain the benefit of these 998 people that took the medication? So at the end of the day, it's a privilege. So instill in doctors that it is a privilege to treat patients, and you should think of it as such. Humble yourself. And then I think the third thing is when we start talking about guidelines. But if you go into Nigeria and start talking about guidelines, you're going to rub people off the wrong way. You have to start from the basics, little by little. Know how amount of healthcare resources that you have, where the need is, and you change the culture and mentality of the doctors. Now we can talk about the nitty-gritty of like, okay, if somebody has a heart attack, can we make sure there's an ambulance, all those things. If you don't change the mindset of the doctors and you have all those things, you are working in a vacuum. You have to change the doctor's mindset.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Dominic. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a break. When we come back, we go to the final thoughts from Dr. Dominic, and we'll let Shoei he has one thing he wants to say. But we'll take a break. We'll come back. Dr. Dominic, I want to ask you when we come back about miracles and placebo. What is the difference? And then the issue of Magun, what is that? Some nice questions. But that will be when we come back. We'll take a break.
I don't know where you're getting all this from.
People are sending questions to me. I have to respond to them.
You said Maguna what?
And miracles and placebo. All right.
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max, if you bunye go kwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni piazugo, ulaga do ni piazugo, akwa wilo chiyo bikora puzo, kona bazia. Onyo mazoro biko abamba wazara dasari ibya unyane gwana mo ulaga doni biazigo mo ulaga doni biazigo abamba wilo chino bigora buzoro Mazi welcome up Odoguna Perez Naka Onyoma Niga Delemo Mazi Nibazi Ibu go with the melody Odogu na chala noka Izi wande mliga delemo Olaga doni pezigo Olaga doni pezigo Amamba wilo chilo Nikora muzoro Anabazi Te Onyama zoro de Sorry, if I were to go to Mulaga, don't Piazugo, Nazaboy, Mulaga, don't Piazugo, Avamba Wilo Chilo, Bicora Puzoro, Anabazi, Ebu kenenu mikechoko Ama kwa mnika kugodia Waligwe kwelo Ikecho mabele bege Hey, you want? Ebu kampu nekene Omogo ndi nso Chukwu emekalumo Ike chukwu negaji Esi nwanne mekene Ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa Nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị Ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu Isili mmasị ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a Malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ Wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme Wisdom onume ekene gị Gbamanwụ ihe ihe biko lapụ Nabasị Zoro, 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 zoro Geduru joy na bugwa osa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo Anu solo mwe manofia nara Onye wuro zurike
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀
Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣànú kọ́ Ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí Ọ̀nà èyí yóò
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for staying with us. We've been having a wonderful conversation on medical needs of we Africans, especially those in the diaspora, with Dr. Dominic. While we wait for Dominic to come back and we finish up the conversation, let me call on Shoei to say something.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Damages, once more. I've got three things to say, but I'll be very quick about them. The first one is concerning Mr. Richards I was talking about earlier on. I wasn't telling him to do anything outside what his doctor had told him. I was only saying he should collect data to take to his doctor concerning his blood pressure whilst he's still taking his medication that's been prescribed by his doctor. So I'm not telling him to do anything extra. I didn't say he should take extra medication. I'm not advising him on medication, and I'm neither advising him to stop taking the medication his doctor had prescribed to him to take. So I just wanted to make that clear before I was actually rudely interrupted. And thank you very much, Dr. Damages, for controlling the situation. That was wrong. I was not telling him to do anything extra. It's just collect data of your blood pressure, do it 3 times a day, and take it to your doctor. That's all I've said. I didn't say anything extra in terms of medication. So that's about that. The second one is concerning the water in a GP tank, and then concerning pure water. I can explain a little bit about that. It's got to do with the what's it called, with the surface area of the tank and the surface area of the sachet in which the water is in, and the volume. So with the sun, it wouldn't take long before those chemicals start actually disintegrating in the sachet water because it had a lesser surface area, and then it will leach into the water. Compared to, say, probably the common one we know, AGP tank, it's got a wider surface area and volume as well. So it will take longer for it to actually disintegrate, for the sun to be hot enough to disintegrate it. And equally, the water, because of the volume of water it will be holding, it will equally be cooling down the material, the plastic material. So that's why that of pure sachet water is actually more dangerous because those chemicals would disintegrate easily due to the lesser surface area that it's got and relative to the sun in which it's actually hitting it. So the last one I want to talk about, I would have loved Dr. Dominic to be here, but I'll say it quickly anyway. So in terms of diabetes, we've actually got 3 types of diabetes. Most times diabetes, people tend to talk about 2. It's actually 3. There's what is known as diabetic insipidus. Okay, yeah, Dr. Dominic is here. There's diabetic insipidus, which mostly doesn't get mentioned. And I think probably because it's got to do with the mechanism, which most times has to do with head injury or brain injury, whereby the individual just keep urinating unstoppable and obviously rehydrating, whereby they dilute a lot of their electrolyte and other stuff. And then the one which we had already discussed previously, which is type 1 and type 2 diabetics. In type 1 diabetics, yes, sometimes it is even called juvenile diabetics, simply because it's actually occur in childhood, which is an autoimmune disease or disorder, as Dr. Damiji had previously mentioned. But there are occasions whereby you actually get type 1 diabetics in adults. It happens as well. It is called something along the line latent adult type 1 diabetics or so. A typical example of a popular figure that had it is the one-time Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Theresa May. She actually wasn't diagnosed until she was 40. That was when it actually came known to her that she actually had type 1, type 1 diabetics, mellitus, not type 2. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Shoei. And let's now conclude this conversation with just a few other questions for Dr. Dominic. So, Dr. Dominic, you will have Obanje, Yoruba, they call it Abiku. And the story we have is that it's connected to sickle cell, which is that the body is to deal with malaria. I don't know if that is the latest science in that, because there are still people, witch doctors, who are trying to cure Obanje somewhere in the southeast. And so let me hear what you have to say about that before I go to the other one.
Well, I believe the Obanje cultural phenomenon started back in the days from, I think, children dying young, and there are a number of diseases that would cause children to die young. And obviously, I can't talk about the reincarnation part of it. Sickle cell disease is not something that, in this day and age, it is curable, although there are very heavy risks of it, because having a bone marrow transplant, gene editing, doesn't always work for everyone. You may do it, and there may be huge consequences, and the child may die. So there's a huge risk. There's a very rigorous process, and there is a very select number of patients that go through this route after discussing risk and benefit with their doctor, and they have to be the right candidate, the right fit for it, which is why you have multitudes of sickle cell kids or patients who have not gone through this gene editing thing versus bone marrow transplant. I just want to preface with that. Honestly, I don't. This whole connection of Obanje or Mangu or whatever you want to call
No,
it.
I've not gotten to mango. Don't go there yet.
Okay, let's not do Mangu. Okay. The damages, your guess is as good as mine. I don't know where it started. I don't think it has any bearing on sickle cell disease. I think it's just human nature.
No, this is thinking. This is thinking. Okay, so the thinking is that at that period, that time, if you have sickle cell, of course, they don't have any treatment or any way to deal with that. It's likely that you are going to die. The kid is going to die, and the kid coming back is essentially that same AS coming up with another SS. So it's likely that the couple they're going to have another kid that will also die. So that's what they now interpreted to mean Obanje.
Yeah, I actually didn't know this, but I mean, if you have, I'm assuming anybody here probably understands the concept of AS and AS. Let me see if I can let me keep it simple. If you are AS, you have 50%. Yeah, if you are AS, that means you're a carrier of sickle cell. And someone else is AS, that person is a carrier of sickle cell. I think everyone here did at least basic algebra, mathematics in primary school, maybe secondary school. In how many ways can you combine AS and AS with each A? Let's put it this way. Each A is unique. Let's say the dad has A1 and has S1, and then the mom has A2 and S2. In how many ways can you combine these four? These four combination? 4 ways. So the dad gives half of his genetic material, called the chromosome. The mom gives half of her genetic material, and they combine in the child, right? So humor me just for a second. So if the dad gives his A1 and the mom gives her A2, both of them are AA. So the child is AA. If the dad gives his A1 and the mom gives her S2, remember, the dad has AS, but dad has 1 attached to each one, right? And then mom has A2, S2. And the reason why I put the numbers is just so each of the A are unique and each of the S is unique. So you have A1, A2, first child. A1, S2, second child. The third one is, let's see, how many do you have? You have A, let me make sure I don't confuse myself. We have A1, S1.
Well, let me interject.
One is A2, A2, S2, correct? And then what is the last one? S1, S2. Is that it, right? So you have A1, A2, A1, S2, A2, S2, and S1, S2. Sorry to traumatize people who did algebra back in the days. So I have 4 combinations. Did that make sense?
Yeah.
4 combinations. Okay. A1, A2, they're both AA. That person has no sickle cell traits. That person is safe. No matter if the person marries SS or AS, the person can never give birth to a child that has SS. This person, you need to have S to give S. So A1, A2 child is not gonna die. Then let's go to the next child. A1, S2 child is a carrier, doesn't show any symptoms. That child is safe. The A2, S2 is still a carrier, doesn't show symptoms. It's not gonna die. The S1, S2 has both S's. That child has sickle cell. So, assuming that these 4 is 100%, right? What is 100 divided by 4? 25%.
25.
1 over 4. So, for any AS couple, the chances of them having a child that has sickle cell is 1 in 4, or 25%. Does that make sense?
So, but there are cases where, and I know this, where this couple, they have their AS and they had 4 kids, and 3 of them were sickle cell. 2 actually were sickle cell.
Do you know why? Mm-hmm. Because when we do genetics in medical school and in school, We're drawing what we call a Punnett square, and we're doing mathematical symbolism, which goes in order. You have a child who's A, you have a child who is AS, SS. Your body does not follow that order. Even though it's 100%, if you have 4 kids, they may all be SS. It is a random effect. It is a random process.
But Dr. Dominic,
Why
that's
mathematically? All I'm doing by giving you these 4, and I'm just telling you there are 4 possible combinations, 3 of which do not show symptoms. Out of those 3, 2 are carriers, and then the last remaining combination is SS. And if you're unlucky, you may have 4 kids in a row, and all of them choose to be the SS. That means even though it's 100%, for some reason your kid, when the randomization was happening during the fertilization process, your body chose to give you it's like lotto. Someone said lotto, like sure, you're lucky. So the body doesn't follow mathematics. The mathematics is just to make it simpler for us to understand. Your body may decide to, guess what? You may be AS, and all your kids, you have 4, they're all AA. So there are 4 combinations, one of which can give you sickle cell. So you're throwing your luck. If you roll a dice that has 4 faces, the chances of you getting one of the face is 1 out of 4. If you're lucky, you may not get any SS kids.
All right. So let me.
Can I interject real quick? So
right.
everything you just explained, not discounting it, can be proven by science. But what you're doing is assuming that the example he brought up from the ancient past subscribes to your analogy. You don't know that.
I do know that.
No, you don't have the people in front of you, so you don't know. You're just assuming.
If he's talking about sickle cell, there's no assumption of sickle cell.
No, he doesn't know if it's sickle cell. He mentioned the babies that die.
That's hypothetical, yeah. That I don't know.
Exactly. So you don't know that. That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying, not discounting your Western science. I'm saying, without having evidence in front of you to say, well, this is why I think maybe they were sickle cell carriers or they had the traits. You don't know that. So to just, I think my position is, in as much as we trust Western science, there's other sciences that even you as a doctor would not understand. Just like if you took a Babalao, for example, and put him in your lab, in ER, it'd be like, what is he doing here? There's nothing he can do. You get what I'm saying? And I think my second question would be to ask Rudolph, what's your position on this? Do you...
No. We are rounding up with Dr. Dominic. We can have discussion.
Do you believe it or you don't believe it? That's my
believe
question.
What?
You know, Rudolph, they don't know that I work night shift and I have the flu and I still have a sleep.
Yeah. We have to round up. Half of talking, we talk about that another time. Quickly, let me get to so placebo. You talked about that. I know it's a factor in even the design and the making of medication and practice of medicine. Do you think that miracle is also a placebo effect that we call miracle?
This is beyond your pay grade, though.
I have to think about people's sensibilities too. The concept of placebo is when a certain treatment regimen or substance or medication by its own merits does not treat a particular ailment, but for the fact that the patient believes that whatever they're taking or whatever they're ascribing to or subscribing to will give them a therapeutic effect, for some reason we don't understand very well, that person has a subjective improvement. It is simpler to think about placebo effects for very simple things. For example, if someone has a headache and you give them a sugar pill, and they took it and the headache gets better. Oh, maybe it's a placebo effect because they thought it was Panadol. I tend to think of placebo effect for things that are benign, things that have some level of psychological input in such a way that if your mindset or way of thinking is different, for example, someone who is anxious or depressed, someone who has some kind of mental ailment in which if their mindset or the way they think is tweaked a little bit, they may have some level of improvement, some of which can show in their body. For example, now some people, there's some cultures, some people where if they are depressed, it shows up as like a tummy ache. So if I give them a sugar pill and the tummy ache goes away, but maybe I didn't realize it was depressed, it was connected to maybe they are depressed. I didn't realize that they're depressed. Maybe that's why they're having tummy ache. If that makes them feel better because their mindset changed because they believed in that sugar pill was Tylenol. If it gets better, technically that sugar pill cured their stomach ache. Was it any direct effect on the stomach ache? No. It was just a change in mindset. Maybe the depression got better. The depression is tied to their stomach ache. The stomach ache goes away. Does that make sense? That's how I try to frame placebo effect. Now, when you tell me placebo cures AIDS, that's when I start to look at you from a different angle, and maybe start to think of you whether
So
you're
when they were doing random testing of medication for HIV, they put that into consideration.
Yes, you have to consider placebo because you actually want to know, does the medication even have any effect or not? If you're making HIV medication and you give it to somebody and you give a placebo and the HIV medication doesn't perform better than the placebo, then that medication right from the get-go is thrown away.
What do you mean by it doesn't perform better than placebo? That it means that placebo worked?
So, no, that's not what I mean is this. So, placebo, this is going into more of a clinical trials, but there are people that are going to have some marginal effect from placebo. The marginal effect, I don't know whether it comes from placebo or whether it's just a random event whereby even though you give them a sugar pill, maybe their viral level may go down I'm just hypothetical, a tiny bit. It may just mean that even if you didn't give them anything, they naturally would have gone down anyway after like 2 weeks. Do you understand what I mean? So it becomes what we call a confound because you can't really tease out what exactly dropped that viral load level, right? Does that make sense? So you have to be careful how you interpret placebo effect, right? We don't understand it fully, but we know placebo effect is something that exists. Nocebo effect, which is the flip side, is also something that exists. But I'm not gonna go into nocebo effect because even for me as a physician, every once in a while I have to kind of review it to kind of remember what it means because nocebo effect is a little bit complicated for me to explain. Placebo is easier to explain. So miracles, if somebody believes that praying can help them, I believe for very simple things that require a mindset change. Sometimes, but remember, it has to be for the person who has the ailment. If, for example, your mom believes that prayer will help, but you don't believe in that prayer will help, even if there's going to be some placebo effect, it probably would not help you. You have to believe in it. Now, it doesn't mean that the placebo is actually directly what caused you to feel better. It's just the fact that your mindset changed. Maybe you were stressed, you were anxious or something else, and it got better. But if you're telling me the placebo is actually going to cause you to improve your HIV numbers, that I don't believe. Or cure diabetes, I don't believe that.
So when you hear that a pastor or a Reverend Father Mbaka performed a miracle on somebody who had cancer, is cancer-free, what do you think happened?
Well, I'm not in heaven. I can't go into things that are mightier than me, things that are in the God realm, because I'm only a man. But if God heals people, wonderful. I believe God heals people. But for me to explain it scientifically, I can't.
Have you seen anyone that have you seen anyone you can prove that this happened?
I cannot.
All right. One last question. They give Africans cameras, phones with cameras, and now we are seeing things that we used to hear about. We see the picture of a man and a woman stuck together, and moving on the streets everywhere in Africa on beds. And so what is the medical thing going on there? Because people believe that there is something that the husband or whoever puts in somebody. What is going on? What do you understand?
Rudolph, I'll be honest, that I'm a doctor doesn't mean I can explain it. I don't even know if it's real.
Oh, you don't think it's real?
Rudolph, I wasn't there. How am I supposed to know if it's real? How am I supposed to know if
you've seen the videos? You want me to play one?
I don't care about you. I don't want you to play one, but you can play it for the viewers. That's
No, I'm not playing that. I'm just kidding. Now I can't play that. But there are videos out there.
Yeah. I mean, I watched a movie when I was a kid where a man, got a charm and he put Isa or broomstick in front of a door, and the wife cheated and she was stuck on the man and they couldn't separate them. Quite frankly, that blew my mind. As a kid, I was like, what the heck? So I don't know, Rudolph. You're asking the wrong person.
You were in medical research. I thought you researched things like this,
I was doing research on Alzheimer's disease. I wasn't researching on two people's.
So somebody asked you about being the minister for health. If in your country where you are a minister for health, you hear that somebody a woman gave birth to a goat, or that a baby was born with the Quran in the hand or the Bible, what will you do? What will you do as minister?
I wouldn't comment on it. You know why? When you comment on such thing, you give it steam. Sometimes you just leave things and let them fall where they may. You know why? People have cultural sensibilities, and sometimes just leave it alone. There are certain things that if you don't dabble into, people will still move on. Patients will still get treated. Why dabble in something that does not change? Now, if the belief in that stuff causes people to not go to hospital, that's when I will step in. If it has no negative consequences on the healthcare field and treating patients, then I don't need to dabble in something that has no bearing on anything. It's just a random. It's like bloggers. When bloggers blog about things, Davido did this and that with Chioma. It doesn't affect my life. It doesn't affect anybody else's life. You see it for 2 seconds, you move on. Why would I go and start chasing that blogger to try to see if it's real or not? It doesn't concern me. I listen to the video's music. That's it.
My personal thinking is that if a woman should, a pastor should say that a woman gave birth to a goat in his church, that we should get the baby, the goat, the woman, and take them to the lab and investigate. Because these are the people that we say that someone is in Onisha and gave someone in Lagos cancer, that a juju man is in a village, gave somebody in Lagos cancer, and people believe it.
So you're saying to nip it in the bud as early as possible?
Yes. Scientifically. Now in China, there was
Rudolph, how many? It becomes a slippery slope. Every day there's always a story. I go, Minister of Health, I have a budget, and I'll be wasting the budget, fuel, chasing around things that don't need to be chased around. Instead of making sure that every local government has a hospital, doctors are getting paid. It is a waste of healthcare resource and a waste of manpower. Chasing shadow. That's my argument.
All right. Thank you.
You are audience. Who do you think? Do you agree? Wasting manpower chasing old major.
I have questions that are not mystical, please.
Okay, go ahead, Jim.
So, purine, I've been told, is a major chemical source or cause for gout. My concern is, or my worry, which is leading to my question is, should we stop eating meat? Because we've been told that elementarily, I was taught that gout, you get it from eating beef. At some point, they said you get it from eating too much goat meat. So I don't know what your views are when it comes to that. But I also do know that in addition to that, they've added other things, which is where I get worried with medical practice. Sometimes I don't know if these things are to frighten us from eating what we've been eating that's been giving us peace of mind. Goat meat, beef. Now they say seafood, shrimps. I don't know how.
Soda, add soda to Coca-Cola. Yeah.
Really causes gout also.
Okay.
So you see, you see my worry. I don't know who come up with this. They are trying to make us not see food that we'll eat at all. We just see food.
We have enough time.
Yeah, go ahead. It's up to you. You are the man.
So let me say it this way. Gout is very simple. It's a disease in which you have, uric acid is a byproduct of protein metabolism. That's protein breakdown. It's also a byproduct of what we call nucleic acid breakdown. So pyrimidines, purines, things that we talked about. I'm not going to break it down too much because some people don't need to know about it, just between you and I. Breakdown of purine, pyrimidines, those things, right? So any food that encourages increase in uric acid in your body puts you at risk of having gout, right? But to even make it more confusing for you, unintentionally, sometimes some people's uric acid level does not correlate with their symptoms. There's someone that you would see that may have gout, but probably has less uric acid level than you, who doesn't have any gout flare. Does that make sense? So it doesn't always correlate. But what we know is when you have a higher level, you're at higher risk of having a gout flare. And things that increase uric acid in your body are things you should avoid. Sometimes us doctors, when things are complex, we go back and we start from the basics. What do we know? Let's establish what we know. What do we know that we don't know? We go to that. And then we can address things that are a little bit more complex. We start from the basics. Uric acid level. What is your uric acid level? Which foods increase your uric acid level? We know that if your uric acid level is high, you are at increased risk of gout. It doesn't mean that if it's high, you're going to get gout. But if you're high, you're increasing your chances of getting gout. So it's not that those foods will cause gout. They increase your uric acid level and risk you having gout. That is the difference. And that is the way to think about it. Soda, protein, meats, and things like that. They increase your uric acid level, and therefore they put you at risk of getting gout. There's some that I think I can't remember. I think there's a critical level in which if the levels are high, you tend to have gout. But it's been a while. I've forgotten. I don't know if it's anything. I'm guessing, yeah, but I remember back in it was like around between 6 or 7, but I don't want to tell you the wrong thing. The uric acid level.
All right. It's been a wonderful day. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, I stayed longer than I would, Rudolph. I haven't slept in 24 hours.
I know you said 2 hours.
But you guys, you said I said 2 hours.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I said 2 hours.
Yeah.
I forgot. I think Kulata and some of the others are very, very interesting questions. When I didn't prepare for this presentation because I just wanted it to flow naturally. I didn't want it to be mechanical. I didn't tell Rudolph to prepare certain specific questions. I just wanted people to just share their minds. I don't want to restrict anybody. But I didn't realize that there were going to be people coming in with biochemistry and things like that. Also, when I explain things, and I learned this from my dad, who's a physician as well. Sometimes when you explain things, you kind of have to carry people along. And when you have a large audience where a lot of them are not medically savvy, sometimes when you throw out medical terms and you describe things very technical, it makes people confused. Like, for example, the diabetes, there's more. I said there's more than 2 types, but diving into some of those like other intricacies will make people more confused. I think for the purpose of non-communicable disease, the focus should be on type 2 diabetes. Mentioning that type 1 is also important because it's actually one of the common ones in kids. But going into like those other type, adult onset, all those things, it gets a little bit complicated. And just to correct the misnomer, diabetes insipidus, even though it has diabetes in the name, is not a type of diabetes. But I'm not going to delve into that. It just has the name diabetes for a particular reason because it tends to cause you to pee a lot. So I think it's more of a the name makes it confusing, but it's not part of the diabetes spectrum. Go ahead. What's up?
My only advice to you doctors is please, if you should stay away from trying to discredit we African food. Don't tell us nkwobi is not healthy. Stay away from our goat meat. Don't tell us it is granite oil that is better than red oil. I don't know where they get all those this thing from. So
Well,
that's the only thing where I have against you.
just in general, plant-based oils and fats are much better than plant-based. I mean, I'm confused. Sorry, this is how you know I haven't slept. I haven't slept for 24 hours. Plant-based oils and fats are better than animal-based oils and fats. Then you can delve into which type of plant-based oil or fats is better. Usually olive oil much better, cornflour better than the others. But I won't go into all that deep stuff. But I just know that plant-based is much better than animal-based fats. And then maybe next time we'll talk about monosaturated fats, polysaturated, all those things. And one last thing, just a public service announcement. My brother, one of my elder brothers loves margarine. He thinks margarine is the same thing as butter. Butter you get from milk. Margarine is literally you get oil. Think of it as in Igbo we say mano na larola. The red oil sleeps. You leave it and it condenses and it sleeps. Same thing, margarine. They took oil, in the factory, somehow hydrogenated it so it becomes hard, and people are, cutting big chunks and swallowing and enjoying themselves. It's like you're drinking oil, very dangerous thing. So I since I was a kid, once I learned that concept in organic chemistry, I never ever touch margarine again. So margarine and butter are two different things. Butter, enjoy. I think it's healthy to some degree. Margarine, me and margarine are enemies. So just a little PSA, right? Just a little public announcement.
All right.
Someone says I disagree with you.
Dr. Dominic.
I'll delve into that.
Dr. Dominic, thank you. But one thing I didn't hear from you, maybe, is energy intake versus energy output. As long as there's a balance, it helps to control obesity. No matter what you eat, as long as you exercise very well, you expend it. You put in energy, you expend it.
Careful. In once if anyone listened to how I answer questions and how I break things down, you notice that doctors sometimes we don't give categorical answers, and there's a reason why. If someone tells me this medication is gonna, for example, the Izal that you use is gonna clean this table and kill the bacteria 100%, I will say no. There's a 99% probability it would clear it very well, but there's always a 1% chance it may not clear it well. Because in medicine and science, sometimes things aren't always 100%.
Okay, yeah.
And like someone mentioned in the comment section, some of the medical science and stuff that I say now, by tomorrow may change because we have advances. So if you watch this video in 2 years' time, half of what I say may be defunct, right? So you also have to keep that in mind. So to answer your question, to delve into what you said, portion control is important. Energy-dense foods are the ones that tend to stay in your body, add fats and things like that. Having an energy balance, like you said, having a net negative balance is much better. So if you're eating 5,000 calories into your body, right, and you're only taking out 3,000 calories, that means you have 2,000 extra calories. By the end of 7 days, you have 14,000 extra calories. You are net positive 14,000 calories, and you keep adding weight. But if you have net negative, where you eat 2,000 and you're taking out 3,000, that means you have net negative 1,000 times 7 days. You have 7,000 negative. Does that make sense? Exactly. So yes, I understand that balance I'm talking about. But you also have to remember, even though you're achieving a negative balance, there are certain foods that are still bad for you. So two things, two-pronged approach. While you're maintaining that balance, you also have to make sure you're eating the right kind of foods as well.
All right. Thank you. Oh, you want to say something, CM?
No,
Yeah.
it's okay. It's okay. I think we've tortured him enough. So
now I understand how guests feels. I thought I would come here and talk about non-communicable diseases. And oh boy, talked about
this biochemistry, this clinical biochem and physiology.
I didn't know that someone
Physiology biochem, that's what we did.
insulin resistance and all those things. So some of those things are a little higher level for people. So I try to make it simple. Sometimes it's really hard to explain if you're not a physician. Oh,
right.
Magun. Someone said Magun, please.
Yeah, you ran away from that, but
I run away.
We'll get around that.
But if you believe in Magun, just make sure you're going to a doctor.
Actually, someone said it's medical. There's a medical. It's medically explained. I don't know, but we'll find out.
There's no scientific basis for Magu. There's no science behind Magu. It's purely what is it called? It's purely how do they call it? It's purely how do you describe something that is traditional?
Magic,
I don't know.
Black
magic, something. Yeah, black magic. There's no science because you can't explain. There's no atom. There's no amino acid to explain it. There's no basis for carbohydrate to explain it. There's no basis of fat. There's no basis of.
They talked about the what I read was that the muscles will lock. That there is something that will make the muscles lock.
No, but CM, you believe it happens. But CM, you believe it happens.
Teach me. I'm trying to learn.
It's not dog. It's not dog now. Human beings are not dog, so there's no muscle that will expand and lock. No.
I don't know.
But CM, do you believe it happens?
Well, I have not seen it. Like you, I'm hearing it for the first time. I don't.
What are you talking about? You've not seen the videos? Don't lie.
I don't.
I've seen the videos.
No, then there are a lot of things I do not know. I don't know everything. And there are so many things I do not know and I haven't seen. So there are a lot of things.
Okay. This
haven't seen.
Now that we're talking about this, there's one guy that came out last week and said he was that they picked him up in Lagos and he was stabbed and the knife will not get in. And we've seen people who they shoot and the bullets will not get in. How do you medical doctors explain that to?
Rudolph, Pope Karol Wojtyła, famously known as Pope John Paul II, was shot, I think I can't remember, by the Turkish guy. And the bullets, remarkably, bypassed major organs. Otherwise he would have died. Did he do Magun? I don't know.
No, but the bullet got in. It got into him.
But it for some reason, avoided severing major blood vessels.
Oh, that one.
So Dominic, sorry, Rudolph, because I know we are closing, I don't want to start another cat run. But in as much as I believe in science, in as much as we want to explain everything from the realm of science, and that's perfectly okay. I think we need to give room for things that are unexplainable, because there are. I have sat down with, I don't want to mention the person's name, and I won't. He's late now. He was a major politician in the days of Nadeko who survived an assassination attempt. And he wrote
I'm not
going to mention anybody's name. And he rode his vehicle. He rode the vehicle in which they tried to assassinate him with a broken back window till the day he died. This man confirmed in front of me that there are mystical powers, and that the painful part is that they don't know who to hand over those powers to before they leave this world, because some of the generation of politicians coming behind them were reckless. That they did those things to protect themselves, not to use it to harm people. I'm not kidding. I'm not telling you what I was told. I'm telling you what I was to. And I know other politicians who are involved in these things, who go to somewhere in Kogi State to go and get power. I'm going to code everything and leave it there. But the point I want to make is this. Let's not just believe that because there is science, that there are some things that you can't explain, but they happen.
Yeah, wait. Kulata. Rudolph, can you read what Kulata wrote?
I saw that. That's what I was talking about. I forgot the name.
But what you should have asked Kulata, why is it that it's happening only in the southwest. Why is that?
It
Video
happens in
is
the
only in the
southeast. Who told you it
southwest.
doesn't happen in southeast?
Come on, explain yourself.
Where have you seen it? Where have you seen it in the south?
CM on me.
Where have
But
you seen
is
it in the
different?
southeast? It's in the south. It's in the southwest mainly.
And all the
Why?
cases, the husbands always say that they did it.
You know, there is a place.
Yeah,
There is a place.
yeah,
There
the
is a
husband,
there is a place in Anibo that if the man discovers that it happens, but doesn't want to take action, that will be the end of sexual relationship. He will have to stay away because if he goes back, he will die.
But it's different from what.
That's why I said I don't want to open a can of worms. So Rudolph, shut down this thing. Let's go.
All right. I'm looking for anybody who has the contact of Odumeje in Daboski. That's my dream guest on the show. So if you're
okay,
watching,
you want to invite him here?
Yeah. If you
Christ.
have any way I can reach Odumeje,
You will hear. You will.
Odumeje said. Are you serious?
Odumeje said he has 8 powers. He's only using in Daboski, and people are shouting that Pahose is a power. Abido Sheka is also a power. So many ones he hasn't started using. And people are shaking.
Wait, I'm confused. Can you explain Magun? What is it? I'm confused. I thought Magun just means using. I saw online. It says using thunder or something like that.
No. Using juju to do your research. Make sure that.
Wait. As in using juju as a, because I didn't have enough time to research it. Is it using juju as a form of a Viagra?
No. Using that to make sure that if your wife.
Okay, so Magun in Yoruba
means to prevent the person from cheating.
Magun in Yoruba means don't climb. That's what it means. It means
don't climb.
Don't climb. So basically, what they're saying is, if the wife is promiscuous, the man does some kind of rituals or incantations or chants, and if she cheats on him, then whoever she sleeps with or has intercourse with clamps with her like a dwarf, and she can't move until they come and release them.
Oh, like it's what we see in the movies. Oh,
Yeah.
what Rudolph was talking about. Okay.
Yeah, it's not in movies, it's real life. It happened in Kenya, it happened in Nigeria. Kulata is saying that.
It's not staged. I can't explain that to scientifically.
All right.
It's real.
All right.
Invite this.
In the Bosque.
No. Invited what was that guy that usually interprets his nonsense.
Who?
I apologize for saying nonsense for some of you who are major adherents, but the guy, his disciple, the one who's always translating is like when you say I am a hepatitis B, you feel like I have hepatitis C, and then that guy will say no, it's hepatitis C. The guy is trying to correct him because the major has L and R problem.
Yeah.
So that guy interprets it well for him.
But Odumeje is acting. All those things are acting.
Really?
I don't think so.
Odumeje is acting. Odumeje is making money from that thing. So guys, don't worry.
He's not acting. Is that you know his background. I've researched him all. I know his background.
He said he was I used to be a terrorist.
No.
I grew up with
a trader. He was a trader in Onitsha before he went into ministry. So he used to sell lotion and things like that. But we'll get him. We'll get him here one day. All right. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate your time, Dr. Dominic, and we will see you next Sunday. We have Dr. Franklin Obunweze is joining us next Sunday.
Oh, Adama, I have a question for you. Adama, are you in the Bronx? Just type in the private chat.
No, Adama is not in New York.
Who was it? She was in the Bronx. Okay.
No, I think he's at I'm not sure.
Atlanta.
Yeah.
Oh, that's too far.
All right. So I want to thank all those that supported us. Tope, that too, Man of Prestige, Kulata, Dr. Gomez, Tima Jack, Dr. Gomez, Kulata, Man of Prestige. Thank you all, and we see you next Saturday with another edition of the show. On behalf of everybody behind the scene who are helping out, I want to say thank you for being here and all the best.